Hi everyone, Jane Monreal here with you, 12:30 in Charlotte, and you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. The president just wrapped up a speech from Arlington Cemetery on this Memorial Day. We will play that for you here in just a few minutes. And of course, we hope you take a few moments to remember and honor those lives lost and paying the ultimate sacrifice for America's freedom. In the meantime, we do want to get you caught up with some news that happened overnight. Chief Johnny Jennings from CMPD announcing that he will retire from the police force, from the police department rather, on January 1st, 2026. He released that statement yesterday, and today we're expecting to hear from the Fraternal Order of Police. They're expected to begin their formal no confidence vote against Jennings today. But we do want to get you caught up now with some of the details amid the controversy. First of all, Chief Jennings is set to receive $305,000 as part of a settlement to avoid potential litigation over alleged rights violations, including retroactive pay increase, a retention bonus, some additional vacation days, severance pay, and a separate payment for dispute-related costs. That settlement follows a dispute with former Councilman Tariq Bakari, who allegedly threatened Jennings' position over disagreements about police gear policies. The settlement also prompting an investigation from State Auditor Dave Boliek into the use of public funds with concerns about transparency and legality. The Charlotte City Council closed session approval of the settlement, as well as subsequent lack of public disclosure, raising these ethical questions among officials as well as constituents. So as part of the planned retirement and leadership transition, the chief will continue in this role again until January 1st, 2026. And the city manager, Marcus Jones, expected to lead this national search for Jennings' successor, aiming to make that transition a smooth one. Want to break this into a timeline for you, get you caught up now. Beginning of May 9th to be exact, these first allegations started to surface with Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles and several council members holding a news conference to forcefully reject these allegations of unethical, immoral, and illegal activities made by Councilmember Victoria Watlington. Those allegations came after a reported settlement with the chief that was reached during a closed-door session on Monday. Our Julie Kay has been following things. This is where she brought us we'll get you caught up with her story when she first covered it back in May.
A flood of allegations with no sign of slowing down. They all stem from the tragedy on April 29th last year, the deadliest police shooting in Charlotte history. Tariq Bakari, who recently resigned to take a position with the Trump administration, publicly pushed Chief Jennings to let patrol officers wear outer carrier vests in the aftermath. Privately, that push was done through a series of text messages. Krista Bakari alleges this all ended with a $300,000 settlement with Chief Jennings, which she claims wasn't valid.
I believe a resignation is justified completely. I think it's a problem that he's still holding the position he is. I don't know if that's standard procedure for the city to keep somebody in their position who is actively seeking compensation from the city and threatening a lawsuit.
Here's the timeline she lays out. She says on April 28th of this year, a closed session vote on the alleged settlement was thought to have failed. A week later, on May 5th, she says council members were informed the vote actually passed due to a council member leaving without being excused, which would mean the absence counts as a yes vote.
There's hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money should not be negotiated behind closed doors, especially when there's no warrant for it.
The city attorney says he is not confirming anything, but that the leak is grounds for an investigation.
Is a concern about the violation of the open meetings law provision that allows for individuals to go into closed session. That violation constitutes a misdemeanor under state law.
At the meeting, he cited the Meetings of Public Bodies Act, which does not say anything about criminal penalties. Friday, he released a statement pointing instead to the Personnel Privacy Act, which does say sharing information could mean a misdemeanor. Krista Bakari says this still isn't applicable because a physical file was not shared. Now it's a waiting game to see what happens with the investigation and the still empty District 6 seat Bakari left behind.
So that story aired May 9th. On May 12th, we did hear from Charlotte City Councilwoman Tijuana Brown discussing the issue at a budget hearing. She represents District 3, and of course, she has come into some of the headlines last week amid her own federal indictment on fraud charges. But she issued a statement back in early May. Again, back to Julie Kay.
It was a busy night for council with a public hearing on the 2026 budget proposal, but that was somewhat overshadowed by last week's heated back and forth. The interim city attorney still says that he is not confirming any settlement, but the way it allegedly went down is what caused so much public division within council that they now say they're trying to fix. Monday night, a consensus from city council.
I think we need to do things differently.
Mayor Vi Lyles and Councilmember Renee Johnson saying they would lead the charge on turning this week's public disagreements into action.
It's been a tough week, a lot of words played and said, and in conversations, but I think at this point in what I would say is that this council has an opportunity to really stop and think to do some things that we need to do differently.
The disagreements all stem from the tragedy on April 29th last year, the deadliest police shooting in Charlotte history. Tark Bakari, who recently resigned from council to take a position with the Trump administration, publicly pushed Chief Jennings to let patrol officers wear outer carrier vests in the aftermath. Privately, that push was done through a series of text messages. Council intended to end that conflict last week when they allegedly voted on a $300,000 settlement with Chief Jennings that has not been confirmed by the city. But it only grew with Councilwoman Victoria Watlington publicly claiming corruption within the city government.
Dr. Watlington and I have both expressed frustration with the way things have gone.
Councilmember Tijuana Brown also sharing her thoughts.
Disagreements will come and at times they will test us. But disagreement is not our enemy. Division is.
Mayor Lyles said a more formal discussion will have to wait until after the city adopts a budget on June 9th.
Because the time is always right to do what is right. Amen?
Amen.
And on May 13th, we talked to legal experts getting into the weeds, really, of these allegations and what's happening illegally.
A closed-door session ending with a public dispute and an alleged $300,000 settlement to CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings. This all over text messages former Councilman Tark Bakari sent to Jennings after last year's deadly police shooting. Bakari pushing for police to wear outer carrier vests. Jennings say the texts were defamatory and threatening. However, he never actually filed a lawsuit.
We're not going to confirm or deny. The law provides for certain confidentiality of closed sessions as well as personnel privacy matters, and we're going to respect the law.
Interim City Attorney Anthony Fox says he's not confirming anything. But the question is this allowed? Charlotte Attorney Gary Monty says it is.
They do so for lots of reasons. Perhaps they know they are liable. Perhaps they want to avoid litigation. Perhaps they want to avoid publicity.
The investigation Fox says will follow is more complicated. Fox says the leak is grounds for a misdemeanor, citing the Personnel Privacy Act. That act does say a violation comes with a $500 fine.
It's important to know that the city attorney is not prosecutor. So it would be up to the prosecutor in Mecklenburg County to make decisions about that sort of thing.
Monty says in this case, it might come into competition with the First Amendment, which encourages public officials to speak up.
You reach a point where the informational content that we're talking about, meaning the political value of it, could be in tension with the statute.
Some have argued this statute wouldn't apply at all since it doesn't involve the sharing of a physical file. But Monty says whoever leaked it should assume it does.
Our Siobhan Riley then looked into what the state auditor is talking about and bringing into light of what they're looking at, according to a letter sent to Mayor Vi Lyles.
The people I spoke with said the bottom line is the details that should be made public in this case are simply not. In a letter to Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles from North Carolina State Auditor Dave Bullock, Bullock says he wants to know where the money in a settlement between the city of Charlotte and CMPD Police Chief Johnny Jennings came from. The price tag, between $100,000 to $300,000 in public money.
The world we live in is crazy, so nothing really shocks me anymore.
Jessica Smith, who moved to Charlotte nearly 3 years ago, wants transparency from city leaders.
I do think it should be public knowledge. It's something that us as the taxpayers, I think, have a right to know where our money is being spent.
In the letter, the state auditor says, quote, even if the payment was worth 1 penny, it should be disclosed to the public in a timely and transparent manner. There is no tax dollar free from public scrutiny.
That is entirely right. The first duty of the state auditor is to shed light on this situation so that the taxpayers and the voters can know what's going on and make their own judgments about whether something wrong has occurred.
David McGarry is the research director for Taxpayers Protection Alliance. He takes an interest in curbing waste of taxpayers' dollars. He says the state auditor is obligated to ensure some level of accountability in a case like this.
There seem to be multiple levels of the details being shrouded from both elected officials and from the general public, and that's simply no way to run a railroad, much less a government.
The settlement is tied to text messages from former council member Tark Bakari to Jennings. This over the push for Jennings to let CMPD officers wear outer carrier vests after last year's deadly officer ambush. Taxpayers say it's wrong to remain silent about how much money Chief Jennings received.
And if you're not willing to release it, it just feels a little shady to me.
The state auditor is also urging the mayor to release details on the settlement and plans to follow up with several questions. In Uptown, Siobhan Riley, WCNC Charlotte.
And before the state auditor announced their own investigation into this payout, the 12th District GOP calling for Mayor Vi Lyles to resign. We have that story as well here on WCNC Charlotte.
As City Council points fingers away from the government center, an intervention from the state points them back. In a letter to Mayor Vi Lyles Tuesday, North Carolina State Auditor Dave Bullock says his office is investigating the big questions. How much money did the city pay CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings, and did that money really come from taxpayers?
Quite frankly, this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a taxpayer citizen issue.
All questions Abdul Ali had already been asking. The answers, he says, should come from Mayor Vi Lyles.
And I think she's where the buck stops. And when you're the leader of an organization, you are the one that's supposed to wear the responsibility. So I think the brunt of the responsibility lies at her feet.
Ali is the chair of the 12th Congressional District Republican Party. Monday, before the state auditor announced their investigation into the payout, Ali sent his own press release calling for Mayor Lyles to resign. He blames her for reports of a $300,000 settlement with Jennings over heated text messages from former councilman Tark Bakari. Earlier this week, Mayor Lyles was the tie-breaking vote to fill the district's 6-seat vacancy left by Bakari. She chose Edwin Peacock over Krista Bakari.
I think this was one last middle finger to Tark and his wife.
Ali pointed to interim city attorney Anthony Fox for more transparency. Fox sent us this statement Wednesday, saying they will work with the auditor and will release all relevant public records. But he has consistently said they're not confirming anything because closed-door sessions are not applicable. So for now, it's up to the state auditor to push back. Otherwise, according to his office, the truth of the matter will remain unclear.
And you are pretty much caught up. We will keep you updated on what happens. But then moving forward, again, like I said, we all know that members of the Fraternal Order of Police starting today will have a say in a vote of no confidence against Chief Jennings. That doesn't do anything as far as his retirement, because he is going to retire anyway. But it is just what the police department will do with that information and the constituents and public perception now of the chief. So starting today, members making their vote known at the FOP Lodge or online, and they will have that available to vote on until June 3rd. All right, so right now we are going to update you on the Horry County shooting. This came as breaking news last night on WCNC Charlotte, but keep you updated this morning, where we know at least 10 people were hurt in this shooting in a small beach town just outside of Myrtle Beach, about 30 minutes from Myrtle Beach. Horry County authorities not releasing any information about the condition of victims or what led to this shooting, but that is what we know so far. At least 11 people hurt now after this shooting that happened 9:30 Sunday night in Little River, South Carolina, out there in Horry County. Okay, so let's get you back out here now into the live Impact studio on WCNC Plus. We are at 12:45 on the dot here, and you are watching Live Impact News. We do have some, what was that, Jeb? Weather. That's right. We do have some weather to talk about on this Memorial Day. If you do have outdoor plans today, it's not the greatest, but hopefully you can manage. And it looks like Becca Birdsall has that report. She taped this for us earlier for Live Impact News.
Good Monday afternoon. Clouds and rainfall are what we are going to anticipate later on today, with high temperatures likely only making it to the upper 60s to lower 70s, with periods of light showers on and off throughout the rest of your Memorial Day. May not be so great for those outdoor activities, but if you do have out to venture out for any outdoor plans, definitely want to download that WCNC app so you can track those showers in real time. Best rain chances will likely come later on tonight, and especially in your Tuesday, with widespread showers in the forecast from start to finish. As we approach Wednesday, and really Wednesday all the way through the end of the work week, going to be dealing with more scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast. For tomorrow, it's going to be a soaker. We'll likely peak with high temperatures actually close to midnight. The majority of the afternoon will likely hang on into the upper 50s to lower 60s across the metro, with on and off rain showers in the forecast. Now, we will be approaching a record cold high. That record is 60 back in 1901, and Tuesday's high temperature right now is forecasted at 61. Again, likely to hit that close to around midnight. Why we are so unsettled this week is due to this low pressure system right now sitting over North Texas, and that's what's producing severe storms from southeast Texas to Louisiana to Arkansas. This energy will eventually move across the southeast as this low pressure system continues to travel in our direction. As it does so, that's going to bring us rounds and rounds of rain, but we can combine that stationary front with this high pressure system sitting off to the northeast, bringing in those clockwise winds. That's going to wedge us in, meaning we can expect clouds, moisture, and lots of cool air across the Carolinas. So for your Tuesday, again, widespread rain can be expected from the morning all the way through the nighttime, some of which could be heavier at times. It's also going to be significantly cooler, like I mentioned, most of us in the 50s and 60s. Good news with this forecast, storms are not likely on Tuesday. So heading into this futurecast for today, periods of showers can be expected pretty much on and off. We'll continue that tonight into early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning looks to be messy. Pockets of that heavy rainfall that I previously mentioned. So if you are headed out early, maybe to work or school, definitely allow yourself a little bit of extra time. You'll notice some breaks in between the rainfall. This likely will feature misty conditions that don't necessarily show up on radar. So while it may appear like it's going to have a big dry slot, I don't think that's going to be the case. I still think that we'll see soggy conditions throughout the entire day. By the time we get to Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning, another downpour comes through, and then towards Wednesday afternoon and evening, once we get a little bit more of that daytime heating, the wedge starts to erode. Could see some scattered showers and thunderstorms start to develop and potentially become strong to severe. Wednesday is really the only day highlighted now that has a low risk for severe weather developing. The storm prediction has put us in a level 1 out of 5 risk for most southern counties, and that yellow shading for the potential of strong to damaging wind gusts, along with heavy rainfall and frequent lightning associated with any thunderstorm. Tuesday, rainfall peaks, then likely Wednesday all the way through the weekend becomes a little bit more hit or miss thunderstorms as we get a little bit more humidity in the air and temperatures start to rise up. As we do so, Wednesday, upper 70s by Thursday, breaking into the lower 80s, which is near normal for this time of year. Average high is 82 degrees, and we'll get back to more seasonable temperatures, if not by this weekend. Highs lower to middle 80s, a lot more sunshine in the forecast, and only minimal rain chances. Sky Roofing 7-day forecast. So if you have something to look forward to after this wet week ahead, where we could potentially pick up over an inch of rainfall, that's what we have to look forward to. For today, not a washout completely. Periods of showers picking up into your Tuesday.
All right. Hopefully we can manage for the next couple of days in the Charlotte area for your weather. So just something to keep in mind. Bring that umbrella as you make your way out and about and head back to work tomorrow. Again, today is Memorial Day. The president making a stop to deliver remarks at Arlington National Cemetery. He was joined by other U.S. leaders, including Vice President Vance. Let's go to that now. This was recorded just moments ago. So if you missed it live, we're going to play this in its entirety for you here on Live Impact News on WCNC+.
Please remain standing and join the United States Marine Band and Staff Sergeant Hannah Davis in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets eager, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Dan Kane.
Well, good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Hegseth, Department of Defense leaders, my fellow Joint Chiefs of Staff, distinguished guests, veterans, fellow Americans, and most importantly, Gold Star families, welcome. Welcome to this most hallowed ground on this most special day. We gather here today under thankfully non-rainy skies that stretch over a free nation, and among these beautiful headstones that represents brave men and women who gave us the gift of a perfect example, the gift of selfless sacrifice for something greater than themselves. 1 million of our sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, brothers, and sisters have donned the cloth of our nation and never come home. Every one of them believed that defending our great nation when duty calls is a righteous and worthy cause, and they were right. It is. Their perfect example brings us back to places etched in our warfighter memories, places with names like Valley Forge, Gettysburg, Normandy, Incheon, Coast, and Fallujah. We're also reminded of the many places we've never heard of, on and under the sea, on land, and in the air, where incredible acts of valor and sacrifice were followed by a knock on a door. It is in those families left to carry on whose loss forever lives on in their hearts and in their memories, but also in the sustaining pride of being an American Gold Star family that we find incredible courage and strength. Families with last names like Sather, Duthman, Gilbert, Brown, Barber, Henderson, Zembiec, Jones, Wheeler, Kent, and so many others, like Horton. It's in the lives of the fallen and their families that we're left by a standard to live by, a charge for us all to keep, a charge to carry the torch forward with duty, courage, and love of country. Their legacy is entrusted to us, the living. It's our responsibility to carry that weight and to live in a way worthy of their sacrifice and to never forget what they did for us. General George Patton once said it best on a day like today when he said, "We should thank God that such men lived." I know I sure do. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on this Memorial Day to honor those we lost in the service of our nation and their families who carry on so bravely. May we never forget our fallen and their families. May we never forget our deployed forces and their families. And it is now my sincere honor and privilege to introduce the 29th Secretary of Defense, a combat veteran himself who's met before battlefield crosses, who's seen up close courage and sacrifice we're here to honor today, and who never ever forgets the gifts given here are in defense of our great nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
President Trump, Vice President Vance, Gold Star families. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today to remember our fallen warriors. We gather here to honor our very best, gone in their youth, and who they are and what they fought for. It is our simple duty to them. Throughout time, civilizations have honored the powerful, the well-connected, and the well-born. Emperors and kings have built magnificent shrines to their own royal greatness. Yet in America, with our great experiment in self-government, it is fitting that the most honored and close in the lap of an anonymous soldier of an unknown rank. When the first unknown soldier was selected for burial in 1921, he laid in state at the Capitol Rotunda. Wrong. On November 11th, Veterans Day, the unknown received the Medal of Honor. It's a uniquely American tradition that we honor anonymous sacrifice above worldly greatness. While we don't know the unknown's identity, race, or creed, we know his story. It's the story of every soldier, every warrior. It's a simple story, as old as war. The eternal flame of their heroic deeds in defense of our nation. And we owe eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance, the price of freedom. These men died for something, the hope of a free, secure, and peaceful republic. That is our inheritance, and we must steward it and hand it down to our worthy of it. These men dreamt of a future in which their children would not fear of attack. No enemy could threaten their peace. No war could require them to take up arms. The duty we owe these men is peace, which only can be achieved through strength. And because we strive for peace, we must prepare for war. That's the job of the chairman and I and so many others at the Defense Department. Each and every day, we will never, on behalf of those who've given so much, we will never be complacent. We owe these men nothing less. Our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. So on this Memorial Day, in honor of the unknown soldiers and the known, let us rededicate ourselves to God and country. To our great republic 249 years on, we stand on the shoulders of great men and on the shoulders of those great men in those graves, and may we live worthy of it. Thank you. God bless our warriors, and may God bless our fallen. And amen. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Marine Band with the United States Navy Band Sea Chanters will now perform This Land Is Your Land.
All right, you are looking in right now a previously recorded event where President Trump will be delivering remarks here at a Memorial Day event at Arlington National Cemetery. It looks like it's been a great turnout. They did just wrap things up, but we were not on the stream just yet, so we're bringing this to you in its entirety as they sing This Land Is Your Land. Just wanted to give you a little information, a little history of the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, serving as a symbolic grave for all war dead whose remains have not been found or identified. The tomb began with one unknown service member from World War I, and today now the grave of 3 unidentified service members. And its meaning, according to the website, has evolved to represent the memory of all military members throughout American history. They are there for the mourning. President Trump also laying down some wreaths to honor and remember our fallen, who, of course, lost their lives, paying that ultimate sacrifice for American liberties. Today being a somber holiday, a Memorial Day, but we still honor our veterans, of course, those serving, those retired, and those who have fallen. Soldiers were first assigned to guard the tomb of the unknown soldier in 1926 in order to discourage visitors from climbing or stepping on it. In 1937, the guards became a 24/7 presence, standing watch over the unknown soldier at all times. It's a beautiful, majestic sight to behold in person, but every minute of the day they have the changing of the guard. Does take months to perfect. It looks simple at times, but only minutes to perform it. The routine is characterized with precision by members of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. And this happening now every day since 1937. So as we wait for this song to wrap up, since it is copyrighted, we will continue with all of the speeches here at this Memorial Day event. And like I said, it being Memorial Day, there have been a number of ceremonies around the country. For Memorial Day, we brought you live for New York, the Intrepid Museum there, where the mayor of New York City spoke, as well as in Charlotte. There was also a live Memorial Day ceremony under gray skies here in the Queen City. So we will continue to follow that. We continue to wait for whether it's Vice President Vance to come up to the podium, and eventually President Trump. But let's take you back out now as that chorus has finished up their song, bring you back to their speeches here at the memorial event previously recorded at Arlington National Cemetery.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to that incredible choir and band, and thanks to General Kane and Secretary Hegseth for your powerful words. Thank you, most importantly, for everything that you do for our nation's war fighters and for those who have given their lives to this country. We remember you today, and certainly to our Gold Star families who are so thrilled and so grateful to have you with us in attendance. This is a sacred place, an eternal resting spot for our nation's sons and daughters. We gather in solemn commemoration of their sacrifice and the sacrifice made by all those who gave up their lives in service to our beloved country. In 1915, President Woodrow Wilson laid the cornerstone of the memorial amphitheater we gather in today. Now, buried within it was a copper box which contained mementos of profound significance to the amphitheater's designers and to our entire country. There were 4 things: an American flag, a Bible, a copy of our Declaration of Independence, and a copy of the U.S. Constitution. And the objects they chose to dedicate to posterity, those Americans remind us of the values we hold timeless and dear as a nation and as a people. But those values didn't spring from any stonework or time capsule. They were lived out day after day by the people buried in this hallowed cemetery. Each life honored here in Arlington was once full of the ordinary moments and quiet dreams, of early sunrises, of good days and bad days, of celebrations and disappointments. They stood not apart from us, but among us, ordinary men and women who chose to shoulder an impossible burden. And when we consider what they gave to us, it's common, of course, to focus on their deaths, on the courage to give in that moment what very few are willing or able to sacrifice. But the real tragedy of the loss is not in a single moment of suffering, as our Gold Star families know well, but in all the future moments they and their families lost. Every moment between their sacrifice on the battlefield and what would have been a natural death. Because we know they sacrificed not just their physical life, they sacrificed the moments that make that life worthwhile. They sacrificed a child's embrace. They sacrificed walking their daughter down the aisle, of seeing their husband or wife after a big promotion, of sharing a meal with the family at Thanksgiving. For my fellow Americans, especially those watching on television, consider the sum of all the moments that make a good life. And now appreciate that countless strangers, people most of you never met, they gave up those moments in their own life so that we could enjoy them in ours. And that is what Memorial Day is all about. I once heard a Marine Corps colonel that I served with, he said this in 2005, not long after a very tough deployment to Iraq. He said this about his fallen men, that they were the best looking, they were the kindest, they were the smartest, they were the most devoted. They were the very best of us. To them, we owe everything. And today, in the peace they bequeathed us, we honor them. As the Book of Wisdom tells us, but the righteous one, though he die early, shall be at rest. For the age that is honorable comes not with the passing of time, nor can it be measured in terms of years. They laid down their lives for Americans they would never meet, for generations yet unborn, for a nation that would not exist absent their incredible courage. Now, we know their families in particular have given so much. And in particular, I want to speak to the Gold Star families, to the families who have lost a son, a daughter, a husband, or a wife, to every child here who misses your dad or your mom. Know that your loved one to us is a hero. And though we cannot know your pain, please know that I speak for the entire nation when I say that we are grateful to them and to you for a debt none of us can possibly repay. Now, all of us will honor the fallen and their families in our own way, but allow me to suggest two ways of honoring their sacrifice, two ways that I try to honor their sacrifice every day. First, we ought to commit ourselves and expect from our leaders to treat the lives of our troops as the most precious resource. The very best way. The very best way to honor the fallen is to only ask the next generation to make the ultimate sacrifice when they absolutely must. We must be cautious in sending our people to war. The second way that I try to honor the fallen is to commit ourselves to being worthy of their sacrifice. If you're a husband, be the best husband you can be. If you're a mom, be the best mom that you can be. If you're a citizen, be the very best citizen that you can be. Because together, let us build a better country, a more perfect union, and strive to be the kind of nation worthy of the sacrifice of the people that we honor today. On this Memorial Day, let us remember that we have been given a great gift, often by people none of us ever met. Let us cherish that gift and make ourselves worthy of it. May God bless those who gave that gift, and may He bless the country they sacrificed for. Thank you. And now, without further ado, let me please introduce your president, the people's president, the president who knows what these men and women, what they sacrificed for, and who honors them every single day in the job that he does, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very special place and a very special day. Thank you to Vice President Vance, doing a terrific job. Thanks also to a man who has devoted his life to service members and veterans, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. He's a tough cookie. That's what we want, is a tough cookie. And we're grateful to be joined as well by Chairman Kaine, terrific military person, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and many other distinguished guests. We gather today to honor the incredible service members who rest in glory in this cemetery and burial grounds around the world and in 1,000 lonely places known only to God. In every hour of peril, in every moment of crisis, American warriors have left behind the blessings of home and family to answer their nation's call. They've offered all that they had within them and given their last breaths to each and every one of us that we might live safe and breathe free. This morning we pay tribute to their immortal deeds. We share in the sorrow of their beloved families, and as one nation we give thanks for the ultimate gift they have so selflessly given to all of us. These warriors, and that's what they are, as great, great warriors, picked up their mantle of duty and service, knowing that to live for others meant always that they might die for others. They knew that. They asked nothing for it. They gave everything, and we owe them everything and much, much more. Each of the service members who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation has also left an unfillable void. and an unbreakable silence in the lives of all who love them. For the families of the fallen, you feel the absence of your heroes every day in the family. These are great families. These are wonderful families. In the familiar laugh no longer heard, the empty space at Sunday dinner, or the want of a hug or a pat on the back that will never come again. Every Gold Star family fights a battle long after the victory is won, and today we lift you up and we hold you high. Thank you, thank you, thank you for giving America the brightest light in your lives. It's what you've done. We will never, ever forget our fallen heroes, and we will never forget our debt to you. This Memorial Day is especially significant as we commemorate 250 years since the first American patriots fell on the field of battle. 2.5 centuries ago at Lexington Green, Concord Bridge, Bunker Hill, brave Minutemen and humble farm boys became the first to give their lives for a nation that did not yet have a name. With their deaths, men like John Brown, 23, Samuel Hadley, 28, and Abner Hosner, 21, ignited the flame of liberty that now lights the inspires everybody and the entire world. Those young men could never have known what their sacrifice would mean to us, but we certainly know what we owe to them. Their valor gave us the freest, greatest, and most noble republic ever to exist on the face of the earth, a republic that I am fixing after a long and hard 4 years. That was a hard 4 years we went through. Who would let that happen? People pouring through our borders unchecked, people doing things that are indescribable and not for today to discuss. But the republic that is now doing so very well, we're doing so very well right now, considering the circumstances, and will do record-setting better with time. We will do better than we've ever done as a nation, better than ever before, I promise you that. In every generation since, at Trenton and Yorktown, at Vicksburg and Shiloh, and in faraway places with names like Chateau, Terrari, Anzio, Iwo Jima, Quezon, Kandahar, really just a few chosen names, and these are names that have become so important on the altar of freedom. They plunged into the crucible of battle, stormed into the fires of hell, charged into the valley of death, and rose into the arms of angels. The sacrifice that they made was not merely for a single battle, a long ago victory, or a fleeting triumph, decades or centuries past. Their sacrifice was for today, tomorrow, and every morning thereafter. Every child that lives in peace, every home that is filled with joy and love, every day the Republic stands is only possible because of those who did what had to be done when duty called, and the cost was everything to them and to their families. Our debt to them is eternal, and it does not diminish with time. It only grows and grows and grows with each passing year. The greatest monument to their courage is not carved in marble or cast in bronze. It's all around us, an American nation, 325 million strong, which will soon be greater than it has ever been before. It will be. And so today we uphold the memory of our heroes, as people have done since ancient times, by telling their stories and exalting their names. Senior Master Sergeant Elroy Harworth was a young, beautiful man from Earhart, Minnesota, when he enlisted in the Air Force and was sent to Vietnam. 59 years ago this very week, Elroy and his crewmates climbed into the dark skies over Da Nang on a classified mission known as Operation Carolina Moon. Their aim was to blow up a key enemy bridge, and while other crews had tried and failed, they were determined to try and get it done in face of extreme danger, and they knew how bad it was. As their C-130 closed in on its target and Elroy jockeyed his 5,000 pounds of explosives into position, the aircraft came under unbelievably intense fire. They'd never seen anything like it. Try as they might, they were hit as the plane swung low and they went down deep in enemy territory. Elroy was just 24 years old when he gave his life for America, leaving behind a beautiful young wife who was 7 months pregnant. That meant Elroy would never know the joy of meeting his son Troy or seeing him grow, and he would never have the pride to watch his son follow in his father's footsteps and serve 2 decades in the U.S. Army. Sergeant First Class Troy Harworth is with us today, joined by his wife Sonia and their son John, the grandson Elroy never got to hold. Thank you, Troy, and thank you, John, and above all, thank you, Elroy. Thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Great family. Corporal Ryan McGee of Fredericksburg, Virginia, knew from the time he saw the towers fall on 9/11 that he wanted to be an Army Ranger. He was an American guy, all American. He was a tough guy. He was the top of everything. In high school, he was captain of the football team and was voted friendliest and most charming by his peers. Ryan joined the Army soon after graduation, and after 3 tours in Afghanistan, he deployed to Iraq. He and his unit were tasked with hunting down a weapon facilitator and a suicide bomber cell near Baghdad, a vicious, vicious cell, killing many, many people. 16 years ago this month, they engaged the enemy in a firefight, and Ryan was mortally wounded. He gave his life at 21 years old, and today he rests until the end of time in the famed Section 60 here at Arlington, where we have buried our honored dead from the War on Terror. We are joined today by Ryan's mom, Sherry, and Sherry, all of America shares in your grief, and more importantly, we share in your pride in your wonderful son. And thank you so much for being here, Sherry. Please, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much. On behalf of everyone. This crowd is so big, she's hard to find. Once I saw her, she really stands out. Thank you, Sherry, very much. Senior Chief Petty Officer Shannon Kent grew up in Pine Plains, New York, before enlisting in the Navy in 2003. And she quickly became one of the rising stars. She was an absolute winner. As a linguist, translator, and cryptologic technician, Shannon worked alongside elite special force units like Delta Force and Navy SEALs to help them capture and kill terrorists. She was among the first women ever to do it, and she did it better than anyone. In January 2019, Shannon was on her 5th combat deployment, embedded with a team hunting ISIS terrorists through the streets of Syria, when a suicide bomber detonated his weapon, killing Senior Chief Kent and 3 other wonderful, beautiful Americans. She left behind her husband, Joe, and their 2 sons, 3-year-old Colt and 18-month-old baby Josh. Today, Shannon rests in peace on these grounds alongside her comrades. To her boys, Colt and Josh, who are here this morning, now aged 9 and 7. Let me say your mom was a hero, and her love, her strength, and her spirit are always with us and always be with you. She loved her boys. To Joe, the boys, Shannon's parents, Mary and Stephen, and her sister Mariah, Shannon's name will live forever in the chronicles of true American patriots. I just want to thank you, and thank you so much for being here in honor of your magnificent family member. Stories like Shannon's, Ryan's, and Elroy's remind us of the real meaning of the day. And I want to just say, please stand up wherever you may be. The boys, I want to see those boys. Where are you? Yeah, good-looking guys. Thank you very much for being here. All of you, thank you so much. We should never forget, even for a moment, that freedom is a gift of the highest cost and peace is won at the most precious price. These extraordinary American heroes and their immense and ultimate sacrifices, they offer only the faintest glimpse at the infinite grace we have received from all who laid down their lives for America. Over the past 250 years, we're going to have a big celebration, as you know, 250 years. In some ways, I'm glad I missed that second term where it was, because I wouldn't be your president. For that most important of all, in addition, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics. Can you imagine? I missed that 4 years, and now look what I have. I have everything. Amazing the way things work out. God did that. I believe that too. God did it. You know, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics. The 250 years was not mine. I'd like to take credit for it. But I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup when I was president. And I said, boy, it's too bad I won't be president then. And look what happened. I turned out, and we're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great celebration. But most important of all is the 250th anniversary. That blows everything away, including the World Cup and including the Olympics, as far as I'm concerned. In any corner of this cemetery, at any resting place for our war dead, anywhere on earth, you'll find untold stories of equal heroism and heartbreak, unmatched patriotism and devotion, and acts of selflessness and courage.
We break away from a recorded speech from President Trump at Arlington National Cemetery and bring you out to Ottawa, Canada, where British royalty has just landed there for a 2-day visit. Of course, that is King Charles and Queen Camilla, landing there with a number of dignitaries greeting them there on the tarmac. And he is expected to make a speech. There will be 2 public appearances from our understanding. That is in Ottawa, one at Lansdowne Park, another one at Rideau Hall, and tomorrow he is expected to deliver a speech from the throne in the Senate chamber to help launch the 45th Parliament. But let's go ahead and see if we can listen in here live now and see what we can get on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. And just bringing you live pictures there from Ottawa Airport in King Charles as he is expected to make his the third time a monarch has delivered the throne speech in Canada. King Charles there, of course, talking about his cancer diagnosis 4 weeks ago, but it looks like he is well enough to travel abroad. Want to switch gears right now at 1:30. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. Nick Sturdivant is off today. We want to dive right now into one of the most critical issues facing the workplace, and May being Mental Health Month, we want to talk about the work environment. Let me see if I can pull up some of my notes right here. This is something that affects many people across the country, and it's the mental health aspect that we're delving into now. It's that workplace challenge. Joining me right now, Richard Burke from JAMS, a provider for alternative dispute resolution services. I like this, Richard.
Thank you, Jane. We like it too.
Yeah. So what does JAMS do when it comes to some of the services you guys provide as far as working out some of these workplace conflicts?
Well, JAMS is the largest private dispute resolution service provider in the world. You've probably read about a lot of the work that we do if you just look at the front page of the paper or the business section of the paper. But we also have a Pathways initiative where we're trying to get involved in disputes that should never reach litigation, should never make the papers. Things like, when we have surgical groups that are in disagreement with each other and their colleagues, or departments within a business. So we do a little bit more than 20,000 different kinds of matters a year. And we've been at it for a little bit more than 45 years. So we are conflict resolution professionals with a lot of experience.
It's amazing that things can get to that level, right? That it gets so serious, you got to go to court and lawsuits and all of the crazy things. I mean, because this becomes costly. So we want to, even before you get to that level, right? Where do you start if you have that kind of morale, or is it something else a little bit more concrete that you can't put your finger on when it comes to organization?
Well, one of the things that we see is that a lot of times people get promoted from what we'll call the line up to management, and they don't get retraining on how to handle people. So, for example, I was a law professor for a lot of years. People write a lot of good law review articles. They become a dean, and all of a sudden they're managing their peers. Or you're an excellent surgeon, you get promoted to be the head of the department. Again, with no managerial experience, and we know from watching basketball that not every great player makes a great coach. So I think that when people get promoted off the line to become a manager, they need to learn a little bit about negotiation skills, learning to have difficult conversations, dealing with neurodiversity. There's so much that needs to happen when a person is going to effectively make that transition from being good at what they do to helping other people be good at what they do.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, something that we can relate to. Not everyone makes a good manager. So what are some of the early warning signs then in any business that one may not be suited to be a manager but is a good worker?
Well, so some things you can see in public meetings, right? If they're bad-tempered in public, in private, if they gossip about people, not talking about tasks or performance, but personal characteristics, when they take credit for projects when credit should be shared, when they keep information to themselves, even when working on a team, and when they name problems or flaws in a project without suggesting solutions, I think you may be dealing with a person who might have some issues managing others. Now, I want to make a note because it is Mental Health Awareness Month, and this is important all year, not just this month. Some characteristics that are associated with neurodiversity may be difficult to deal with, but these aren't difficult people. They just represent certain kind of challenges, and those might be folks on the autism spectrum, folks with ADD or ADHD. They may be super talented, but they also might be challenging in certain circumstances if you don't understand and can't work with those characteristics.
Yeah, good point. Good point there, Richard. As far as I mentioned lawsuits and things getting to a certain level, but even companies that don't get sued suffer consequences when there is a difficult workplace. Explain that.
Absolutely. So when you have bad morale around the workplace, and that can stem from a wide variety of reasons, people are unique and organizations are unique, and the problems they experience are also unique. What starts to happen? Well, people start to check out, that implicates morale, it implicates productivity, it has negative effects on recruitment, on retention, and on the overall willingness of people to take that little extra effort that makes a workplace go from good to great. So it really behooves management to make sure that the workplace is a thriving, healthy, psychologically safe environment where people feel like they can bring their best selves to work, they feel like they can belong, and they feel like they can contribute in ways, new ideas and critiques without fear of retribution. And that's a tricky task for, especially for an inexperienced manager, and even for experienced managers. If you take your eye off the ball, all kinds of bad things can happen.
What does good communication look like?
Good communication, boy. Good communication, I'm going to say first is safe communication. And what I mean by that is not that, you get to say everything no matter how aberrant, you don't get to tell, off-color jokes at work without consequences. But good communication means that you can communicate about the task, about the work at hand, without fear that you're going to be misinterpreted. This sense that everybody feels like they're on the same team, pulling together in the same direction is an important characteristic to a healthy workplace. You can see good communication when people are saying, and this comes from the world of improv comedy. We talk about yes and rather than yes but. Sometimes when you're talking and you say XYZ, but people feel like everything before the but is, irrelevant. It's almost like saying, don't take this personal, but, and then someone's going to say a very personal thing. What happens in a healthy conversation is people take an idea and they amplify it. And so rather than yes, but, they say yes, and they point out new implications of what's just been said. So, a healthy dialogue is one where people feel safe to contribute. They feel comfortable contributing both, I think, new ideas and also critiques to existing ideas. It's also an environment where if people make a mistake somehow when they're talking, they get corrected, and it's their intent, not the impact that people are focused, their coworkers and managers are focusing on.
I love playing yes and. That's such a good game for everyone.
Yes and is fabulous. I'm glad you know about that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I went to Groundlings. I didn't perform, but I went there just as a
okay. I took improv classes once upon a time with one of the members of the Groundlings, and so I learned yes and long before I got into conflict resolution, and it certainly served me well.
It's a great game and really a good lesson for just life skills. What else about cultural change in the workplace? What else do we need to know, Richard?
Well, gosh, there's so much that's gone on, and I'm going to hold up one of the biggest culprits. This guy right here is representative of the fact that people communicate more virtually than face to face than ever before in a workplace. Here we are having a meeting on Zoom. We all know in 2020, this event happened, and a lot of us learned to accelerate our work from home efforts. What that means in a lot of respects is people don't have the face-to-face time to onboard new colleagues, to have those little coffee the coffee conversations that you might have in the hallway. And so work often becomes just a matter of seeing people on a screen, and you don't develop those kind of personal relationships that allow you to have a really thriving workforce. I think that that's been probably the biggest cultural shift. Is the advent of remote work and the increased use of technology. I find, as a former professor and somebody who's been working in conflict resolution for about 40 years, that it's possible to have really terrific dynamic conversations and meetings on Zoom, but they need to be built on a base of some live communication as well. And so at our organization, what we try to do is make sure that people meet at least once or twice live, and then you can develop a thriving relationship. It's sort of like the difference between talking with somebody that you've never met on the phone or talking with an old friend on the phone. So I think, our technologically assisted environment can both create distance, but it can also create really terrific collaboration if it's a hybrid approach with live meetings where possible, and then Zoom, phone, email the rest of the time. Otherwise, you have these kind of very distant, very work-like relationships, and you see each other just merely as functional, not as whole people. And that's a problem, I think, that can lead to problematic morale in the workplace for sure.
Richard, what gives you hope despite some of these challenges then? What gives you hope about the future of the workplace?
Oh my gosh, we have so much good work ahead of us. The world. I love where I live, but it's not a utopia. If you're the kind of person who sees a challenge and thinks that challenge is an opportunity, I see a lot of optimism out there, and people really want to live a good life. So, yeah, and they want to be whole in their lives, and that they don't want to have one self at home and another self in the workplace. I think that those desires to feel like you belong, to feel like you can bring your whole self to work into the world, and the fact that most people want to help others solve problems gives me a lot of hope. I work with 450 mediators and arbitrators and dispute resolvers, and then another 300 and some staff that help support the organization. And to a person, every one of them every day brings their best self to work and looks to say, is there some place where we can be helpful? Is there a way that we can, make the world a little bit easier for our colleagues, for our fellow citizens in the country, and the rest of the humans on the planet? We certainly have a lot of difficult issues to navigate. And what I notice every day is not that one traffic accident, but the thousands of people that collaborate very effectively in traffic to avoid more accidents. More people stop at the red light or let a pedestrian go than engage in bad behavior. And yet, the Nobel Prize winning insight from one of my favorite authors, Danny Kahneman, is losses loom larger than gains feel good. One insult can wipe out an awful lot of compliments, but if you're really paying attention, the ratio of good things that happen in the world to bad things is many thousands to one. But it's human nature to focus on the one bad one. We have to just keep reminding ourselves and keep perspective that for the most part, the people that surround us are good people just like us, trying to get good things done. Helen Keller's quote, "Turn your face toward the sunshine and you won't see the shadows." There's an awful lot of sunshine out there, and there's an awful lot of good people doing really good work. And I try to focus on that. And we take care of the problems when they arise. And we're real thankful to just have professionals like the folks that I work with who are there to help when help is needed.
And that's what we want, just like-minded people that want the best from ourselves and to each other, and we make a team. Where can people learn more if they need your services for conflict resolution, Richard?
Go to jamspathways.com. That's JAMS PATHWAYS.com. And, JAMS once upon a time stood for Judicial Arbitration Mediation Services. Now it's just JAMS. And Pathways is your way to, turn the corner on conflict and help your organization go from one that is, wherever it's at to someplace a little bit better. And we want to help you thrive. Our mission is to help you achieve your mission.
Yes, and Richard, thank you very much for very insightful information. We appreciate your time, not only to talk about more of the workplace and really have a frank conversation of where it stands and where it can go, but also how that impacts our mental health. And that's what May is about as well. So thank you so much for your time, Richard.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me, and have a great rest of the day.
All right, you bet. Thank you. As we are back out here in the Live Impact studio, hopefully that is news you can use. Also, speaking of news you can use, we have my interview with David Hoffman, who joined me earlier this morning here in the Live Impact studio, coming in early on a holiday with his son. It was so cute, teaching him about some real estate, because we have an interesting time right now where the inventory is high, but interest rates are also high. So what does that mean for buyers and sellers, not only in the Charlotte market, but really across the country if you're thinking about relocating or having someone move into the Charlotte area? We're going to play this interview for you now here on WCNC Plus. While home inventory has reached its highest level in about 5 years, buyers seem to be staying on the sidelines. So an unusual dynamic here, sort of reshaping the real estate market across the country. I want to bring in now David Hoffman of David Hoffman Realty. Thanks for joining us, David. And really what this means for both buyers and sellers in the Charlotte area and really across the country, because this seems to be a shift, isn't it? How did we get here?
Yeah, absolutely. The pandemic, Jane, and thank you for having me. Inventory is at a 5-6 year high, but a lot of buyers are still priced out of the market. Economists thought that April was going to be one of the highest Aprils in 10 years, and actually it was the lowest April since 2009. It actually went down 2% over last year when they expected it to be up 2.7%. And the reason for that is there was a lot of inventory that has been hitting the market, like you said, which you would think would give options for buyers. The challenge is this inventory is hitting the market at pandemic pricing. So during the pandemic, when pricing was supposed to go down because it was so high in 2019, it just kept going up, and a lot of those sellers have not put their homes on the market until now. So they're trying to get 21, 22 pricing in 2025.
I see.
And rates went through the roof. And so you had low inventory during the pandemic, right? Low supply, pushed up demand. People couldn't leave their home. That pushed demand up even higher. And people couldn't sell their home because they had nowhere to go. And now you have all this inventory, but rates have tripled. And so what's happening is prices are falling. People expected that the market was going to pick up this year. We've talked about this, how prices were going to fall, and they are falling. So you take a $750,000 home right now, it probably should be about $650,000. And so the buyer during the pandemic was willing to pay $750,000 with a 2.5%, 3% rate, but at 6.5%, 7%, 7.5%, they don't have that tolerance for that high price point.
Okay, so that's what's making them hesitate then.
Yeah, it's a combination of prices not falling after the pandemic because there was no inventory to allow that to happen, and then rates tripling. And so even if someone wanted to pay the $750,000 price point, the 7% rate makes that home only worth $650,000. So you're starting to see home prices fall across the board.
So with spring, summer being that buying season, right? How does this compare then to last year, and what needs to move the scales here in either direction, whether it's for buyers or sellers?
Yeah, so not only are April sales down the lowest in 16 years, but April sales were down 0.5 point from March, when, Jane, April is supposed to be one of the hottest months of the year.
Right.
March goes to April, then May, then June. And lastly, sales are down almost 27% year over year, almost 30%. And so what's happening is many buyers are hoping that rates would fall this year. They have not. And many buyers hoped that the additional inventory would bring down pricing, but it is not. But pricing will fall down. It has to.
All right. What are you looking for a time frame?
Almost real time, Jane. So, we're in late May now. We're getting ready for the summer. And what's happening is inventory is at a 5-6 year high. A lot of those sellers have to sell. A lot of those sellers are relocating, they're downsizing. They already bought their next home. They need that equity before it's too late. And so the good news is, compared to 2009 and 10, most people have equity. The bad news is, for buyers, they need those sellers to take a little bit less of it so they can afford the home. So sellers are starting to drop their prices. So I see this summer that prices will fall as inventory hits, supply will keep picking up. And the good news is, buyers are on the fence ready to buy. But if rates are not going to fall, which they're not anytime soon, they need prices to come down. And most sellers will drop because A, they have to sell, and B, they have a lot of equity they can afford to sell.
And are we seeing this across the Charlotte area, the Charlotte metro, or are there some neighborhoods more than others?
Some neighborhoods are more popular, closer into the more popular areas, the shopping, the dining. Obviously, schools have a big play in all of this. But also, new construction is very popular.
Yes.
People are willing to pay a premium for new construction, and they're willing to take the high rate, A, because they can have it their way. They can build it the way they want, and they don't have to do any renovations. And B, they feel like they have 6 months to a year to hopefully not only save money and sell their home, but hopefully hope that rates will come down.
All right, if we're having someone watch that, one of those people on the fence thinking about buying a home, what should they be thinking about?
So the good news for buyers is, if they don't mind getting their elbows a little dirty, rolling their sleeves up, there's a lot of sweat equity out there. A $1 million home could be had for $850. A $500,000 home could be picked up around $400. There's a 10 to 25% potential discount on the home that has been sitting that might need a little bit of upgrades. It's in good shape, Jane. So if the buyer doesn't mind just making improvements as they go, they can get a great steal right now. And the seller has a lot of equity, so if they put pride aside, they can still sell at a premium.
Okay, and so how do you know if something is sweat equity worthy?
Yeah, so everyone should have a great broker that they trust in the market, and they should ask their broker if there's more actives or pendings. You want to see more pendings and actives. That's a healthy community when there's more under contract than on the market.
Yeah.
But you also want to ask what prices have been doing over the last 3 years. What happened during the pandemic, all those inflated prices, those were not real. But what happened in 23, 24, those 2 years, that's what you want to watch, and you want to see if prices are lower. You want prices to be lower than there.
All right.
They're coming back down.
Oh, okay. Any other economic clarity that we need to think about?
I think a lot of buyers are waiting for rates to fall, but two things. First and foremost, Powell can control the short-term rate, but not the long-term rate. And then secondly, even when he lowers the short-term rate, it doesn't have a direct correlation on the long-term rate. And last but not least, mortgage rates will not fall below 6 or even 5.5% best case until we see a real recession. And so inflation is still fairly high, but the economy is strong enough that rates will probably fall in the next year, but nothing below 6 or 5.5 at best case.
Okay, so either you pay the high interest rate and a lower price, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Right. David, I know you opened an office there in Cornelia, so obviously people are needing, that kind of service, and they're buying and selling and doing all the things with this Charlotte area housing market. So it seems like we're still healthy and robust in this fast-growing area.
There's a lot of people moving to the area, so I'm thinking 3-5 years. I know that we'll be back on track and we'll be stronger than ever. We just need prices to come back down more than rates. Prices are more important.
In 2025, what is your outlook then? Positive?
Neutral to positive. Neutral to positive.
Okay.
The good news is sellers have a lot of equity, so if a seller needs to sell, they can still sell and put a lot of money in the bank and have dry powder for the next decision. And for buyers, if they want to do it their way, they can still get a home at a lower price than the last 5 years. They're just going to have to refinance in the future.
All right. I think that's some good information for today, something to think about, with a lot of people taking the day off and trying to regroup for the summer and try to figure out their plans. I see a lot of open house signs on the weekends, so people are selling. People are selling. David Hoffman from Hoffman Realty, appreciate your insight as always, and thank you for coming into the Live Impact studio again.
Thank you for having me, Jane.
We are live now in the Live Impact studio, coming up on 1:55 here Monday afternoon. That was this morning. Let's play some weather for you. Our Rebecca Birdsall recorded your Memorial Day forecast, checking things out if you have any picnic plans this afternoon or maybe an early dinner. Let's check that out now with our Rebecca Birdsall here.
Good Monday afternoon. Clouds and rainfall are what we are going to anticipate later on today, with high temperatures likely only making it to the upper 60s to lower 70s, with periods of light showers on and off throughout the rest of your Memorial Day. May not be so great for those outdoor activities, but if you do have out to venture out for any outdoor plans, definitely want to download that WCNC app so you can track those showers in real time. Best rain chances will likely come later on tonight, and especially in your Tuesday, with widespread showers in the forecast from start to finish. As we approach Wednesday, and really Wednesday all the way through the end of the work week, going to be dealing with more scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast. For tomorrow, it's going to be a soaker. We'll likely peak with high temperatures actually close to midnight. The majority of the afternoon will likely hang on into the upper 50s to lower 60s across the metro, with on and off rain showers in the forecast. Now, we will be approaching a record cold high. That record is 60 back in 1901, and Tuesday's high temperature right now is forecasted at 61. Again, likely to hit that close to around midnight. Why we are so unsettled this week is due to this low pressure system right now sitting over North Texas, and that's what's producing severe storms from southeast Texas to Louisiana to Arkansas. This energy will eventually move across the southeast as this low pressure system continues to travel in our direction. As it does so, that's going to bring us rounds and rounds of rain, but we can combine that stationary front with this high pressure system sitting off to the northeast, bringing in those clockwise winds. That's going to wedge us in, meaning we can expect clouds, moisture, and lots of cool air across the Carolinas. So for your Tuesday, again, widespread rain can be expected from the morning all the way through the nighttime, some of which could be heavier at times. It's also going to be significantly cooler, like I mentioned, most of us in the 50s and 60s. Good news with this forecast, storms are not likely on Tuesday. So heading into this futurecast for today, periods of showers can be expected pretty much on and off. We'll continue that tonight into early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning looks to be messy. Pockets of that heavy rainfall that I previously mentioned. So if you are headed out early, maybe to work or school, definitely allow yourself a little bit of extra time. You'll notice some breaks in between the rainfall. This likely will feature misty conditions that don't necessarily show up on radar. So while it may appear like it's going to have a big dry slot, I don't think that's going to be the case. I still think that we'll see soggy conditions throughout the entire day. By the time we get to Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning, another downpour comes through, and then towards Wednesday afternoon and evening, once we get a little bit more of that daytime heating, the wedge starts to erode. Could see some scattered showers and thunderstorms start to develop and potentially become strong to severe. Wednesday is really the only day highlighted now that has a low risk for severe weather developing. The storm prediction has put us in a level 1 out of 5 risk for most southern counties, and that yellow shading for the potential of strong to damaging wind gusts, along with heavy rainfall and frequent lightning associated with any thunderstorm. Tuesday, rainfall peaks, then likely Wednesday all the way through the weekend becomes a little bit more hit or miss thunderstorms as we get a little bit more humidity in the air and temperatures start to rise up. As we do so, Wednesday, upper 70s by Thursday, breaking into the lower 80s, which is near normal for this time of year. Average high is 82 degrees, and we'll get back to more seasonable temperatures, if not by this weekend. Highs lower to middle 80s, a lot more sunshine in the forecast, and only minimal rain chances. Sky Roofing 7-day forecast. So if you have something to look forward to after this wet week ahead, where we could potentially pick up over an inch of rainfall, that's what we have to look forward to. For today, not a washout completely. Periods of showers picking up into your Tuesday.
All right, so hopefully you have some contingency plans if it does rain later on tonight with isolated chances. Want to let you know that this morning, as we wrap up the final week of Mental Health Awareness Month for the month of May, I had the honor and privilege to speak to a young man by the name of Tony Weaver Jr. We learned since our interview that he is a major go-getter. He wrote a book. He is on Forbes' list of 30 under 30, and he has been recognized with his book called Weirdo, Book of the Year by many publications, including People Magazine, New York Public Library, things of this nature. And he really talks to thousands of young folks, teenagers, if you will, mostly, about their mental health and how important it is, and it's one of those peer-to-peer conversations where you're able to listen to a friend rather than an adult. And he has a way in. He has 250,000 followers on Instagram, by the way. So something that maybe parents can use as a tool, as a conversation, an entree into a conversation they may need to have with their own teenagers. We want to run this interview for you. It was with Tony Weaver Jr. here on WCNC Plus. Now we do want to dive into one of the most critical issues facing young people today, and that is teen mental health. The statistics staggering: 1 in 7 teenagers worldwide living with a mental health disorder, according to experts. And instead of talking about the problem, today's guest is doing something about it. Tony Weaver Jr. is an author, a speaker, an advocate, revolutionizing, I should say, how we approach teen mental health. Hi, Tony. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Hey there. Thank you for having me.
Why get involved with your book Weirdo and talk about teen mental health, Tony?
Well, I am the author of a book called Weirdo that I call the Nerdy Kids Instruction Manual for Self-Love and Self-Confidence. Weirdo for me is part personal. It's a graphic novel memoir, so it chronicles my personal experience. But since the book came out in September of last year, I've had the opportunity to travel to over 50 schools across the country, learning firsthand from students about the different ways they're struggling with their mental health, but also the ways that Weirdo is helping, how it's helping them feel like they belong, helping give them actionable strategies for how they can better improve their mental health, and just embrace all the things that are weird and different about them.
You've talked to 6,000 students, it looks like, over so many months and across the country. What is your message to teenagers seeing them, face to face like this?
Whenever I get the privilege to be face-to-face with a student, the key message that I always want to articulate is that you are valid just the way that you are. It's something that we hear a lot in the mental health space. People say, like, be yourself, be yourself. But the thing that we never tell kids is how to figure out who that is. Once a student starts middle school, and even as they go through high school, they receive way more pressure about grades, standardized test scores, and career aspirations than they ever are talked to about, hey, who are you? How are you doing today? Have you identified things that bring you joy? Have you identified things that make you happy? Have you identified the things that you're passionate about? So my huge message for them is protecting your mental health is deeply rooted in learning who you are and learning how to appreciate and love that person.
I love it. That's such great work, and to be so to have that wherewithal and awareness at a younger age to relate to kids of the same age. What is the reception when they meet you in person?
Well, I have received overwhelmingly positive reception from the students that I've had the privilege to visit. It is humbling and heartwarming for me every time showing up to schools where they've read the book, where they've drawn fan art, people have their favorite scenes and things like that. I had the privilege to go to a school in Bakersfield, California, and at that school, when I got there, students had prepared a presentation where they talked about their favorite panels and their favorite moments from the book, what it meant to them. And the thing that was very positive and encouraging for me was that each student had a profoundly different situation, and they identified and related with a different part of the book. So for me, who really cares about details and tried to put as much positivity into that book as I could, seeing that all of those moments and tiny details were recognized by a kid that needed it, it was just really heartwarming. It was an amazing feeling.
That is amazing, Tony. What do you say then to kids who are facing some of the issues that your book focuses on, identity and self-worth? Why are those two important topics these days?
I think that identity and self-worth are the foundation for a healthy life. The way that you want to spend your time in your career, the way that you want to spend your time with your friends, the way you want to spend your time with your hobbies, all of that is rooted in a positive and healthy understanding of who you are and the things that bring you joy. And for kids that are struggling with that, what I say is that the things that make you weird are the things that make you powerful. all those things about us that feel slightly different from our peers, that make us feel like we're different than everybody else, those are tiny hints that lead us down the path to becoming the person that we're intended to be. And sometimes it's difficult to follow that path. It takes courage to be different. It takes courage to stand out. But at the end of that path is the person that you are intended to be, the person that you truly are. And it makes going on that journey worth it every time, no matter how difficult it is.
Fantastic message for adults as well, Tony, and for parents and maybe educators who are watching and listening. How is Weirdo a good conversational tool to use when it comes to relating to teens?
Well, my parents are very central characters in Weirdo. They appear quite often, and I think that every parent, or at least I hope every parent, starts their relationship with their child with a foundation of love. When mental health difficulties and issues pop up, sometimes parents struggle because sometimes parents don't even have a strong grip on their mental health. They haven't had the opportunity to figure out those things for themselves. So my relationship with my parents over the course of the book kind of mirrors what it looks like to pay attention to your child's mental health, but also pay attention to your mental health as well. I think it's a journey that a family can go on together. And as long as those conversations start with that foundation of care and love, there's an opportunity for learning to happen on both sides.
And for kids who might be watching, what do you want to say to them today as May is Mental Health Awareness Month?
What I would say to any kid watching is that even if it feels like it doesn't, the world needs you just the way that you are. The person that you are will bring something to the world that only you can bring. And if you don't show up as your full authentic self, the world will profoundly be missing something. There'll be something that we won't have because you weren't there to bring it. So what I encourage every young person to do is to passionately pursue who they are, the things that bring them joy, the things that make them happy, no matter how different it may make them seem, because it's that difference that will allow them to move the world forward and bring light to the world, and light is something that the world desperately needs right now.
Tony, you're so eloquent and so beautiful. Thank you for the incredible work you're doing for not only teenagers across the country, but really for everybody, for families. It's really good work, and for someone who can speak at a different way to reach teenagers, especially. That's incredible, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We'll put Tony's information on the website on WCNC.com. If you need more information, a great tool for teens and families and parents, even educators across the Carolinas and really across the country. Weirdo and Tony Weaver, thank you so much for joining us. Fantastic.
All right, so a great mental health dialogue there with our Jane Monreal. And of course, we'll reiterate that we have a whole lot of resources from this past Mental Health Awareness Month on our website, WCNC.com, and inside our WCNC Charlotte mobile app. We want to turn now to the events of the day. Of course, Memorial Day, a day to honor the ultimate sacrifice made by so many of our men and women in uniform. And we saw President Trump, Vice President Vance at Arlington National Cemetery this morning with that wreath-laying ceremony that we see every year at the Tomb of the Unknown. So we wanted to take you back now to that event, and we'll bring that to you here right now on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to that incredible choir and band, and thanks to General Kane and Secretary Hegseth for your powerful words. Thank you, most importantly, for everything that you do for our nation's war fighters and for those who have given their lives to this country. We remember you today, and certainly to our Gold Star families who are so thrilled and so grateful to have you with us in attendance. This is a sacred place, an eternal resting spot for our nation's sons and daughters. We gather in solemn commemoration of their sacrifice and the sacrifice made by all those who gave up their lives in service to our beloved country. In 1915, President Woodrow Wilson laid the cornerstone of the memorial amphitheater we gather in today. Now, buried within it was a copper box which contained mementos of profound significance to the amphitheater's designers and to our entire country. There were 4 things: an American flag, a Bible, a copy of our Declaration of Independence, and a copy of the U.S. Constitution. And the objects they chose to dedicate to posterity, those Americans remind us of the values we hold timeless and dear as a nation and as a people. But those values didn't spring from any stonework or time capsule. They were lived out day after day by the people buried in this hallowed cemetery. Each life honored here in Arlington was once full of the ordinary moments and quiet dreams, of early sunrises, of good days and bad days, of celebrations and disappointments. They stood not apart from us, but among us, ordinary men and women who chose to shoulder an impossible burden. And when we consider what they gave to us, it's common, of course, to focus on their deaths, on the courage to give in that moment what very few are willing or able to sacrifice. But the real tragedy of the loss is not in a single moment of suffering, as our Gold Star families know well, but in all the future moments they and their families lost. Every moment between their sacrifice on the battlefield and what would have been a natural death. Because we know they sacrificed not just their physical life, they sacrificed the moments that make that life worthwhile. They sacrificed a child's embrace. They sacrificed walking their daughter down the aisle, of seeing their husband or wife after a big promotion, of sharing a meal with the family at Thanksgiving. For my fellow Americans, especially those watching on television, consider the sum of all the moments that make a good life. And now appreciate that countless strangers, people most of you never met, they gave up those moments in their own life so that we could enjoy them in ours. And that is what Memorial Day is all about. I once heard a Marine Corps colonel that I served with, he said this in 2005, not long after a very tough deployment to Iraq. He said this about his fallen men, that they were the best looking, they were the kindest, they were the smartest, they were the most devoted. They were the very best of us. To them, we owe everything. And today, in the peace they bequeathed us, we honor them. As the Book of Wisdom tells us, but the righteous one, though he die early, shall be at rest. For the age that is honorable comes not with the passing of time, nor can it be measured in terms of years. They laid down their lives for Americans they would never meet, for generations yet unborn, for a nation that would not exist absent their incredible courage. Now, we know their families in particular have given so much. And in particular, I want to speak to the Gold Star families, to the families who have lost a son, a daughter, a husband, or a wife, to every child here who misses your dad or your mom. Know that your loved one to us is a hero. And though we cannot know your pain, please know that I speak for the entire nation when I say that we are grateful to them and to you for a debt none of us can possibly repay. Now, all of us will honor the fallen and their families in our own way, but allow me to suggest 2 ways of honoring their sacrifice, 2 ways that I try to honor their sacrifice every day. First, we ought to commit ourselves and expect from our leaders to treat the lives of our troops as the most precious resource. The very best way. The very best way to honor the fallen is to only ask the next generation to make the ultimate sacrifice when they absolutely must. We must be cautious in sending our people to war. The second that I second way that I try to honor the fallen is to commit ourselves to being worthy of their sacrifice. If you're a husband, be the best husband you can be. If you're a mom, be the best mom that you can be. If you're a citizen, be the very best citizen that you can be. Because together, let us build a better country, a more perfect union, and strive to be the kind of nation worthy of the sacrifice of the people that we honor today. On this Memorial Day, let us remember that we have been given a great gift, often by people none of us ever met. Let us cherish that gift and make ourselves worthy of it. May God bless those who gave that gift, and may He bless the country they sacrificed for. Thank you. And now, without further ado, let me please introduce your president, the people's president, the president who knows what these men and women, what they sacrificed for, and who honors them every single day in the job that he does, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very special place and a very special day. Thank you to Vice President Vance, doing a terrific job. Thanks also to a man who has devoted his life to service members and veterans, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's doing really well. He went through a lot, didn't he? But he's doing really well. He's a tough cookie. That's what we want, is a tough cookie. And we're grateful to be joined as well by Chairman Kaine, terrific military person, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and many other distinguished guests. We gather today to honor the incredible service members who rest in glory in this cemetery and burial grounds around the world and in 1,000 lonely places known only to God. In every hour of peril, in every moment of crisis, American warriors have left behind the blessings of home and family to answer their nation's call. They've offered all that they had within them and given their last breaths to each and every one of us that we might live safe and breathe free. This morning we pay tribute to their immortal deeds. We share in the sorrow of their beloved families, and as one nation we give thanks for the ultimate gift they have so selflessly given to all of us. These warriors, and that's what they are, as great, great warriors, picked up their mantle of duty and service, knowing that to live for others meant always that they might die for others. They knew that. They asked nothing for it. They gave everything, and we owe them everything and much, much more. Each of the service members who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation has also left an unfillable void and an unbreakable silence in the lives of all who love them. For the families of the fallen, you feel the absence of your heroes every day in the family. These are great families. These are wonderful families. In the familiar laugh no longer heard, the empty space at Sunday dinner, or the want of a hug or a pat on the back that will never come again. Every Gold Star family fights a battle long after the victory is won, and today we lift you up and we hold you high. Thank you, thank you, thank you for giving America the brightest light in your lives. It's what you've done. We will never, ever forget our fallen heroes, and we will never forget our debt to you. This Memorial Day is especially significant as we commemorate 250 years since the first American patriots fell on the field of battle. 2.5 centuries ago at Lexington Green, Concord Bridge, Bunker Hill, brave Minutemen and humble farm boys became the first to give their lives for a nation that did not yet have a name. With their deaths, men like John Brown, 23, Samuel Hadley, 28, and Abner Hosmer, 21, ignited the flame of liberty that now lights the inspires everybody and the entire world. Those young men could never have known what their sacrifice would mean to us, but we certainly know what we owe to them. Their valor gave us the freest, greatest, and most noble republic ever to exist on the face of the earth, a republic that I am fixing after a long and hard 4 years. That was a hard 4 years we went through. Who would let that happen? People pouring through our borders unchecked, people doing things that are indescribable and not for today to discuss. But the republic that is now doing so very well, we're doing so very well right now, considering the circumstances, and will do record-setting better with time. We will do better than we've ever done as a nation, better than ever before, I promise you that. In every generation since, at Trenton and Yorktown, at Vicksburg and Shiloh, and in faraway places with names like Chateau, Terrari, Anzio, Iwo Jima, Quezon, Kandahar, really just a few chosen names, and these are names that have become so important on the altar of freedom. They plunged into the crucible of battle, stormed into the fires of hell, charged into the valley of death, and rose into the arms of angels. The sacrifice that they made was not merely for a single battle, a long ago victory, or a fleeting triumph, decades or centuries past. Their sacrifice was for today, tomorrow, and every morning thereafter. Every child that lives in peace, every home that is filled with joy and love, every day the Republic stands is only possible because of those who did what had to be done when duty called, and the cost was everything to them and to their families. Our debt to them is eternal, and it does not diminish with time. It only grows and grows and grows with each passing year. The greatest monument to their courage is not carved in marble or cast in bronze. It's all around us, an American nation, 325 million strong, which will soon be greater than it has ever been before. It will be. And so today we uphold the memory of our heroes, as people have done since ancient times, by telling their stories and exalting their names. Senior Master Sergeant Elroy Harworth was a young, beautiful man from Earhart, Minnesota, when he enlisted in the Air Force and was sent to Vietnam. 59 years ago this very week, Elroy and his crewmates climbed into the dark skies over Da Nang on a classified mission known as Operation Carolina Moon. Their aim was to blow up a key enemy bridge, and while other crews had tried and failed, they were determined to try and get it done in face of extreme danger, and they knew how bad it was. As their C-130 closed in on its target, and Elroy jockeyed his 5,000 pounds of explosives into position, the aircraft came under unbelievably intense fire. They'd never seen anything like it. Try as they might, they were hit as the plane swung low and they went down. deep in enemy territory. Elroy was just 24 years old when he gave his life for America, leaving behind a beautiful young wife who was 7 months pregnant. That meant Elroy would never know the joy of meeting his son Troy or seeing him grow, and he would never have the pride to watch his son follow in his father's footsteps and serve 2 decades in the U.S. Army. Sergeant First Class Troy Harworth is with us today, joined by his wife Sonia and their son John, the grandson Elroy never got to hold. Thank you, Troy, and thank you, John, and above all, thank you, Elroy. Thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Great family. Corporal Ryan McGee of Fredericksburg, Virginia, knew from the time he saw the towers fall on 9/11 that he wanted to be an Army Ranger. He was an American guy, all American. He was a tough guy. He was the top of everything. In high school, he was captain of the football team and was voted friendliest and most charming by his peers. Ryan joined the Army soon after graduation, and after 3 tours in Afghanistan, he deployed to Iraq. He and his unit were tasked with hunting down a weapon facilitator and a suicide bomber cell near Baghdad, a vicious, vicious cell, killing many, many people. 16 years ago this month, they engaged the enemy in a firefight, and Ryan was mortally wounded. He gave his life at 21 years old, and today he rests until the end of time in the famed Section 60 here at Arlington, where we have buried our honored dead from the War on Terror. We are joined today by Ryan's mom, Sherry, and Sherry, all of America shares in your grief, and more importantly, we share in your pride in your wonderful son. And thank you so much for being here, Sherry. Please, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you very much. On behalf of everyone. This crowd is so big, she's hard to find. Once I saw her, she really stands out. Thank you, Sherry, very much. Senior Chief Petty Officer Shannon Kent grew up in Pine Plains, New York, before enlisting in the Navy in 2003. And she quickly became one of the rising stars. She was an absolute winner. As a linguist, translator, and cryptologic technician, Shannon worked alongside elite special force units like Delta Force and Navy SEALs to help them capture and kill terrorists. She was among the first women ever to do it, and she did it better than anyone. In January 2019, Shannon was on her 5th combat deployment, embedded with a team hunting ISIS terrorists through the streets of Syria, when a suicide bomber detonated his weapon, killing Senior Chief Kent and 3 other wonderful, beautiful Americans. She left behind her husband, Joe, and their 2 sons, 3-year-old Colt and 18-month-old baby Josh. Today, Shannon rests in peace on these grounds alongside her comrades. To her boys, Colt and Josh, who are here this morning, now aged 9 and 7, let me say your mom was a hero, and her love, her strength, and her spirit are always with us and always be with you. She loved her boys. To Joe, the boys, Shannon's parents, Mary and Stephen, and her sister Mariah, Shannon's name will live forever in the chronicles of true American patriots. I just want to thank you, and thank you so much for being here in honor of your magnificent family member. Stories like Shannon's, Ryan's, and Elroy's remind us of the real meaning of the day. And I want to just say, please stand up wherever you may be. The boys, I want to see those boys. Where are you? They're good-looking guys. Thank you very much for being here. All of you, thank you so much. We should never forget, even for a moment, that freedom is a gift of the highest cost and peace is won at the most precious price. These extraordinary American heroes and their immense and ultimate sacrifices, they offer only the faintest glimpse at the infinite grace we have received from all who laid down their lives for America over the past 250 years. We're going to have a big celebration, as you know, 250 years. In some ways, I'm glad I missed that second term where it was, because I wouldn't be your president. For that most important of all, in addition, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics. Can you imagine? I missed that 4 years, and now look what I have. I have everything. Amazing the way things work out. God did that. I believe that too. God did it. You know, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics. The 250 years was not mine. I'd like to take credit for it. But I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup when I was president. And I said, boy, it's too bad I won't be president then. And look what happened. I turned out, and we're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great celebration. But most important of all is the 250th anniversary. That blows everything away, including the World Cup and including the Olympics, as far as I'm concerned. In any corner of this cemetery, at any resting place for our war dead, anywhere on earth, you'll find untold stories of equal heroism and heartbreak unmatched, patriotism and devotion, and acts of selflessness and courage so enormous they defy comprehension. Most people can't even imagine it. Great poets have written that it's love which moves the sun and the stars, but here on the sacred soil, right where we are, we're reminded that it's love which moves the course of history and moves it always toward freedom, always. From Bunker Hill to Bastogne to Cantigny to Coral Sea, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal and Concord to Kabul, America's best and America's bravest have fought, bled, and died so that we could pick up the torch of liberty, raise it high, 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 and carry it onward to places they could never have dreamed of before. Today we honor their memory. We remember their gallantry. We just revere, in the highest sense, we just revere their incredible legacy. We salute them in their eternal and everlasting glory, and we continue our relentless pursuit of America's destiny as we make our nation stronger, prouder, freer, and greater than ever before. May God bless our fallen heroes. May God bless our Gold Star families. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Thank you.
Folks, we're breaking in here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Vanessa Rufus here. We're going to turn from this earlier Memorial Day event at Arlington National Cemetery to some breaking news that we're seeing out of Liverpool, England, where we're learning that a man has been detained after a car hit pedestrians at Liverpool's Premier League trophy parade. Looks like the emergency services are there. We can see that with these live images. They've got the road taped off, several police officers there, and this is happening all in Liverpool city center. Still trying to get some more information about this, how many pedestrians might have been hit, still trying to figure that out. But we can tell you that that vehicle that was involved with the collision reportedly stopped at the scene. A man has been detained and an investigation is underway. I'm going to read now a statement from Northwest Ambulance Service, which said that it was attending to this scene. It is assessing the situation. It just released a statement saying that it is supporting this incident in Liverpool City Center. There are reports of a road traffic collision. They're assessing the situation. They're working with other emergency services there. And first and foremost, it says that they're trying to ensure that folks who need the medical help are getting that, of course, as quickly as possible. Now, we mentioned that this was a victory parade. It was taking a route through the city with club and supporters celebrating this first Premier League title since the COVID pandemic. And there were a lot of folks who were in attendance here. In fact, the police ahead of this event were warning of just the sheer number of folks who were expected to attend and how that could cause some, the very least, crowding issues ahead of the parade. So we will continue to keep an eye on these live images for you. But once again, if you're just joining us here in the Live Impact News studio here on WCNC Plus, a collision with pedestrians in Liverpool, England, as club and supporters were there celebrating with a parade. We are still trying to figure out the number of folks who have been hit, what their conditions are, and whether this was an intentional situation or if this was an accident. But a man, we're told, has been detained and reportedly stopped the car on his own. So we will keep an eye on any new information that comes to us from abroad. So with that, we'll go ahead and, of course, keep you updated with the very latest as far as the Memorial Day events and other big happenings from over the weekend. We wanted to turn now to President Trump, who spoke at the commencement for West Point, and we'll listen in now as that address happened on Saturday. We heard the president taking the time to talk about some changes in the military, which we've reported on, of course, over the last couple of months. But he called this a golden age for military and said that these graduates are going to be the first to serve in this new chapter of the U.S. Armed Forces. Let's listen in.
To the parents, grandparents, siblings, family, and friends of our graduates who are here today, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you all for the love and support and encouragement that you've given your cadet along their journey at the United States Military Academy. I'd like to acknowledge the members of the 50-year affiliate class for our graduating class, the Courage and Drive class of 1975. Thank you all for supporting, mentoring, and inspiring these new leaders over the past 4 years. You are all wonderful exemplars of leadership, excellence, and selfless service. And we are grateful to you for demonstrating the strength of the long gray line to this outstanding class. Class of 2025, together we thrive. Congratulations and well done. Today, your cadet experience at West Point may come to an end, but today really marks a milestone in your personal journey as you assume the mantle of leadership as officers in our Army. We know you all are looking forward to what's ahead: travel, school, BOLIC, Ranger School, Sapper School, moving, living on your own. Some of you are getting married in like the next 6 hours. That's right. However, for all of you, I just ask of you, take a moment during the next few weeks while you're enjoying some free time to reflect on your time here. Think about all the opportunities and experiences that you've had and the challenges you've overcome on the road to becoming a leader of character. Think about the hard work, some blood, a lot of sweat, as well as the grit, toughness, determination, and the continual pursuit of excellence. Think about the friends you've made and the relationships developed, the camaraderie with teammates, the TACs, instructors, coaches, and old grads who've encouraged and mentored you, and the family and friends who supported you and cheered you on. Take a moment to appreciate and thank all the people who've helped you get to this point, and be grateful for all the experiences and opportunities that helped shape you these past 4 years. As you pursue this journey as a leader of character, remember, today is about the responsibility of service service to our country and to the American people. Today is about challenging yourself, challenging others to be better teammates, better officers, better leaders of character. It starts with you each and every day. Today is also about the responsibility of leadership as Army officers. Your responsibility to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, to be standard bearers, to lead by example and embody what right looks like. Most importantly, today is about your responsibility, your obligation to the citizens of our nation and to your soldiers, America's sons and daughters, to give them your very best leadership every single day. Also, take a moment to reflect and understand what it means to be a graduate of the United States Military Academy. People expect more from you as a graduate of this institution. You represent this institution and you represent the United States Army every single day. You now join a proud legacy of leaders of character who've committed themselves to selfless service and continual excellence, guided by our Army values and the ideals of duty, honor, country. Those ideals, they unify us and they define us. They define who you are as graduates of the United States Military Academy. And just as they've inspired you, you will now in turn inspire future generations. The class of 2025, you are ready to face the challenges that await you, prepared to live honorably, lead honorably, and demonstrate excellence in everything that you do. Congratulations and Godspeed to all of you. Mr. President, on behalf of the team at the United States Military Academy, it is an honor to present this outstanding class to you this morning as our nation's newest warfighters and leaders of character. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce this morning's commencement speaker, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, I want to thank you very much. This is a beautiful place. I've been here many times, going to high school, not so far away, but a good place. Also a military academy, not quite of this distinction, but it was a lot of fun for me. And I just want to say hello, cadets, and on behalf of our entire nation, let me begin by saying congratulations to the West Point class of 2025. You are winners, every single one of you. Thank you. And now we want you to relax, and I'm supposed to say at ease. Already at ease, because you've made a great choice in what you're doing. Your choices in life have been really amazing. So this is a celebration, and let's have a little fun. I want to thank your highly respected Superintendent, General Stephen Gillen, and he is really something. I got to know him backstage with his beautiful family, and his reputation, his wife is just incredible. His reputation is unbelievable, and thank you very much. And your daughter is a winner also, just like everybody out there, a real winner. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank your Commandant General R.J. Garcia, Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll, Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, Senator Ashley Moody, Representatives Steve Womack, Bill Heisinger, Pat Ryan, Mark Green, Keith Self, Acting U.S. Attorney Alina Haba, and very much just all of the friends. We have a lot of friends in the audience today, and I just want to thank them all for being here. We have a tremendous amount of my friends. They wanted to come up and they wanted to watch the ceremony, and they wanted to watch you much more so than me. So I just want to thank so many people here. Over the past 4 years, an extraordinary group of professors, teachers, coaches, leaders, and warriors have transformed this class of cadets into an exceptional group of scholars and soldiers. And so let's give the entire group, the entire West Point faculty, the staff, for their incredible love of you and outstanding devotion to the Corps. Let's give them a little hand. And importantly, we can't forget all of those people beaming with pride. Look at them in the audience. So they're so proud. They're in the stands. So thank your parents, your grandparents, and family members who made this all possible for you. Thank you. And I think they must have done something right based on what I'm looking at. America loves our military moms and dads. Nearly 1/3 of the cadets graduating today are themselves the children of veterans. So to everyone with us this morning who served America in uniform, no matter your age, please stand so we can salute your service. We'd like to see who you are. Congratulations. Great job. Every cadet in the field before me should savor this morning, because this is a day that you will never, ever forget. In a few moments, you will become graduates of the most elite and storied military academy in human history, and you will become officers in the greatest and most powerful army the world has ever known. And I know because I rebuilt that army, and I rebuilt the military. And we rebuilt it like nobody has ever rebuilt it before in my first term. Your experience here at West Point has been anything but easy. But and straight into history, and today you officially join those immortal heroes in a proud ranks of the long gray line. You know that term, so beautiful, the long gray line. Among the 1,000 cadets graduating today, 26 of you wear the prestigious Star Wreath, signifying the highest level of academic achievement. Please stand up, 26. Let's see if somebody stands who shouldn't be standing. Congratulations, it's a big honor. This class includes an incredible 4 Rhodes Scholars. Stand up, please, 4. Wow. That's tied for the most of any West Point class since 1959. That's great for. Congratulations. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I want to bring them right to the Oval Office. I don't want to have them go too far away from me. 8 cadets here today took on the challenge of designing their own hypersonic rocket. Oh, we can use you. We're building them right now. You know, we had ours stolen. We are the designer of it. We had it stolen during the Obama administration. They stole it. You know who stole it? The Russians stole it. Something bad happened. But we're the designer of it. We're now building them, and lots of them. And earlier this year, they launched it into space, setting a world record for amateur rocketry. Can't get you in there fast enough. This class excelled not only mentally but also physically last January when more than 1,000 cadets volunteered for an 18.5-mile march on a freezing winter night. Cadet Chris Verdugo completed the task in 2 hours and 30 minutes flat, smashing the international record for the competition by 13 minutes. Where is he? Where is he? Come up here. Come up here, Chris. Get up here. Wow. Come here. That's by 13 minutes. Come here, Chris. I want to see this guy.
It's been a long 5 years, but I couldn't have done it with any of these guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
That's great. Keep it going, Chris. That really is a definition of Army strong, isn't it? International. International. This class includes 513 graduates who completed Air Assault School, 70 who completed Airborne School, 8 who made it through the Ultra-Elite Army Diver School, among the most difficult and grueling programs anywhere on Earth. That includes the first 2 women in West Point history to complete diver school, cadets Megan Cooper and Clara Saber. Where are you? Stand up. Where are they? Wow, great job. That is not easy. Congratulations, Megan and Clara. That's a job well done. Thank you very much. Some of you achieved a different kind of distinction here at the Academy, including 7 century men who completed 100 hours of marching for disciplinary, infraction. No, don't tell me I'm doing this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Would you like to stand up? I don't know. I think I saw Chris standing up. Chris, what's going on? Well, you had one good, one not so good, right, Chris? Can't believe Chris is standing up. But we want everyone to leave here today, Chris, so you're going to be okay, because I'm going to do something with a clean slate. So in keeping with tradition, I hereby pardon all cadets on restriction for minor conduct offenses effective immediately, so you're all okay. The class of 2025 is a lot to be proud of, including your first-rate athletes and athletics. You are something. I've been watching too. I love the sports stuff. What you've done is pretty amazing. Last year, for the first time ever, Army lacrosse became the #1 ranked men's lacrosse team in the entire country. Those of you on the team, stand. That's a big honor. Stand. Great. That's a tough sport, too. That's #1 in the country. Your sophomore year, Army football beat Navy 2017. And the next year, you did it again, beating Navy 17-11 and dominating Air Force 23-3. But this year, the Black Knights fought your way into the
Folks, live Impact News on WCNC Plus, updating our 3-box. We continue to listen in full to President Trump's West Point commencement speech from over the weekend. As we mentioned, he congratulated the new graduates on entering what he calls a golden era for the military for the United States. But we wanted to show you one of our new feeds we just added here, live images from Canada, as King Charles and Queen Camilla have arrived in Ottawa for a 2-day visit. This is kind of an interesting dynamic to see as far as the recent dialogue about President Trump kind of taunting the fact that Canada could become a 51st state. Apparently, Prime Minister Mark Carney invited the visit by the King and Queen, essentially to kind of assert Canada's sovereignty with this nod to the country's longstanding ties to the monarchy. So we continue to listen there, and of course we are monitoring that live feed out of Liverpool, England, where a car has hit some pedestrians during a parade in that area celebrating Liverpool's Premier League trophy. So we are still waiting more information on how many people were hit and the extent of the injuries. As we mentioned before, one person has been detained. We'll listen in live now, though, to this full commencement speech from West Point over the weekend.
I just tapped his shoulders like I hit a piece of steel. Guy's in good shape. There's a reason, there's always a reason for success. Thank you, Bryson. At a time when other top college quarterbacks were thinking about going pro, Bryson's mind was on something else. As he told an interviewer earlier this year, I'm focused on my career as an infantry officer. That's what he wants to do. So Bryson, you did the right thing. That service satisfies. Thanks, Bryson. That's amazing. He's an amazing guy with an amazing team. Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. This is one of the hardest schools to get into. And writing your own ticket to top jobs on Wall Street or Silicon Valley wouldn't be bad. But I think what you're doing is better. Instead of sports teams and spreadsheets and software, you chose a life of service, very important service, instead of stock options. And I do that stuff. It's sort of boring. Honestly, compared to what you're doing, it's real boring. You chose honor and you chose sacrifice. And instead of business suits and dress shoes, you chose muddy boots and fatigues. Keep in shape. Because West Point cadets don't just have the brightest minds, you also have the bravest hearts and the noblest souls. You're amazing people. I could not be more proud to serve you as your commander-in-chief, and our country is doing well. We've turned it around very quickly. We've turned it around. I just got back from the Middle East, and I was at, as you know, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and I will tell you, they said, all three leaders, great leaders of those three nations, they all said the same thing. The United States of America is hotter now than we've ever seen it, and a year ago, it was as cold as it gets, and it's true. It's true. We have the hottest country in the world, and the whole world is talking about it. That's an honor for all of us. I cannot wait to see the glory that is still ahead. However, for the West Point class of 2025, and we're going to help you a lot because we're going to give you a nation as good or better than it ever was. That's what I promise you. All the victories that you've had together on these grounds will soon pale in comparison to the momentous deeds that you'll perform on the mission you're accepting today as a future leader of America's Army. And we have that Army geared up. We have ordered, we just went $1 trillion military budget, General. Do you know that? $1 trillion. Some people say, could you cut it back? I said, I'm not cutting 10 cents. There's another thing we can cut. We can cut plenty of others. Right, Dan? We can cut plenty of other things. You have a good man in there. It's a very different warfare out there today. Now they've introduced a thing called drone. A drone is a little bit different. It makes you have to go back and learn a whole new form of warfare. You're going to do it better than anybody else. There won't be anybody close. Generation after generation, the men and women of the Army have done whatever it takes to defend our flag, pouring out their blood onto the fields of battle all over the world. And all over the world, you're respected like nobody is respected. Our soldiers have sprinted through storms of bullets, clouds of shrapnel, slogged through miles of dirt and oceans of sand, scaled towering cliffs of jagged rock, and time again, the American soldier has charged into the fires of hell and sent the devil racing in full retreat. No task has ever been too tough for America's Army, and now that 250-year legacy of glory and triumph belongs to you. The 1,000 newest officers of the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's what you are, that's what you're being thought of. Again, you are the first West Point graduates of the golden age of America. This is the golden age, I tell you. Promise. We're in the new age. This is the golden age. And you're going to lead the Army to summits of greatness it has never reached before. You see that. You see what's happening. You see what's going on in the world. Each of you is entering the officer corps at a defining moment in the Army's history. For at least 2 decades, political leaders from both parties have dragged our military into missions it was never meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. People would say, why are we doing this? Why are we wasting our time, money, and souls in some case? They sent our warriors on nation-building crusades to nations that wanted nothing to do with us, led by leaders that didn't have a clue in distant lands, while abusing our soldiers with absurd ideological experiments. This company, and he had nothing to do. He ended up getting a divorce, found a new wife. Could you say a trophy wife? I guess we could say a trophy wife. It didn't work out too well, but it doesn't work out too well. I must tell you, a lot of trophy wives doesn't work out. But it made him happy for a little while at least. But he found a new wife. He sold his little boat, he got a big yacht, he had one of the biggest yachts anywhere in the world. He moved for a time to Monte Carlo.
All right, so that was some of President Trump's West Point commencement speech from over the weekend. We want to turn to some big and breaking news that we've been following today here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, and that is the, I guess, further clarity of what's going on with what we understood previously to be some sort of settlement between the city and Chief of Police Johnny Jennings. So we have our Julie Kay, who's been following this saga from the very beginning, joining us now here in the Live Impact News studio with some of the new information we're getting. So I know that we've been kind of referring to this previously as a settlement because we didn't have anything officially confirmed from the city, but now we're seeing this seems to be more of like a separation agreement, and we're actually getting some dollar figures here and more details about the settlement.
Yeah, this is the only real clarification we have gotten thus far. It's a $305,000 agreement, as you mentioned, with Chief Jennings. And I do want to make clear, because I've seen a lot of chatter on social media, this is the same alleged settlement that we've been talking about. This is not a separate, oh, he then decided to retire and now we're paying him more. This is the settlement that we've been discussing, or the payout that we've been discussing the entire time. But we did not know the number figure. We knew it was between $100,000 and $300,000 range. This is $305,000. And what's interesting too is that this actually came from Chief Jennings. It didn't come directly from the city necessarily. The city says he worked directly with the city attorney's office to make sure that he is able to make this announcement. This is what the state auditor was pushing for, that they release this information. But the city is making clear, you know, this is Chief Jennings, making this, he decided to be transparent. Of course, at the same time, this is also his retirement announcement, so at the end of the year, he will be done with his tenure as the Chief of Police. He says he's very proud of the work he's done. In fact, he actually planned to retire earlier, but wanted to help CMPD get through some challenging times, he said in a statement last night. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this information that we got today, so we're just kind of sifting through it as the day goes on.
Yeah, and kind of an interesting dynamic too. The news broke over this holiday weekend, and so we're seeing some of the folks who might usually comment on this type of situation. They're kind of pausing as we all observe Memorial Day, and they're basically saying we're not going to comment at this point. So really just trying to piece together what happened. I know that many of us in media ended up getting some of these details from the CMPD chief. Did Jennings indicate why he was going ahead and basically putting this information out himself? Did he indicate that in any sort of communications?
This was an effort, from what I've read, for transparency. And of course, this had been kind of blasted all over the state. As I mentioned, the state auditor was investigating. The state auditor did actually release a statement today. That's one of the few pieces of information we've been able to gather this Memorial Day. State auditor saying this was the right choice, and they will be working with the city and Chief Jennings as they wrap up their investigation. But I do think there was quite a bit of external pressure, and Chief Jennings made it clear that this was coming from him, as did the city. Because they, per the Personnel Privacy Act, the city cannot, they say, release this information themselves. So that's why they're saying it took a little bit of time between working with Jennings and the city attorney's office to make sure that this was able to be released.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious too, because every time we kind of talk about the story, we got to recap how we got to this point, and it's like a long storyline. We've been following this bit by bit, over the last several months, if not a couple of years at this point, if we look back to this outer carrier vest dialogue. Did the chief's communications indicate, how the settlement came about, in the sense of what his complaints were, concerns with either what the city did to him, or, we've heard former Councilman Tark Bakari's name come up in kind of, the impetus of the settlement. So was there further clarity on that front?
So that is something that we're still working through, and I'm glad you mentioned Tark Bakari, because he's the one I'm really waiting to hear from, how he's going to react to the chief releasing this information. So as you mentioned, this happened over a year ago now, April 29th last year, the deadly officer shooting here in Charlotte. That's when that both private and public push between Tark and the chief of police was happening. Tark wanted these outer carrier vests for the officers. The chief is pushing back. This was happening publicly, but it was really the private text messages that we thought led to this settlement. And that is kind of the clarity of how did we transition from this alleged settlement being over these, what the chief said was defamatory text messages from Tark Bakari, to this is now a retirement agreement and this is planned. So that's kind of the transition that we are hoping to hear more about from council members. Reaction we're hoping to hear from Tark Bakari, from the mayor. That transition, I think, is going to be really interesting. Tomorrow night is the city council meeting. It got pushed back. Usually it's on Mondays, but of course it's Memorial Day. So I'm wondering what that's going to look like in terms of discussion tomorrow. Last time this kind of came to light at the beginning of the city council meeting, the mayor did address it and said, we're going to move forward. She brought in some other council members to say, this person's going to help me with this, and we're going to figure out how we can be more transparent and cooperative working forward. I'm curious to see if that's going to be something that's addressed tomorrow. But as of right now, I have not heard back from any of the council members that I've reached out to, nor the mayor. The city, as we mentioned, is helping us out today. They are getting back to us, but in terms of the council members themselves, I have not heard any clarification.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important to point out too, this is coming kind of during a tumultuous time for the city overall, because not only have we been dealing with this storyline, with the settlement with the police chief, the state auditor investigation, there have been calls now, you've reported on, the mayor's facing some backlash, and then separately we have the whole situation with Councilmember Tijuana Brown, which we've reported on last week. So I mean, there's just like a lot of stuff going on in Charlotte city government, it seems like, to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and at first it was kind of all intertwined. Of course, the calls for the mayor to resign from the GOP, the 12th District GOP, that is in response to all of this with the lack of transparency accusations and the corruption allegations because of this settlement / payout / now agreement. That was all related. The situation with Tijuana Brown, where she's now being accused of misusing federal COVID funds, that's entirely separate. So we've got multiple different things going on here, and it's going to be interesting to see how much of it is addressed tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly be watching for sure. We'll keep an eye on that meeting. We'll have that for folks here on Live Impact News. There are actually a couple items we are interested in hearing, but yes, to your point, it would be interesting to see if something organically bubbles up, during that meeting regarding this particular situation. So, Julie, remind us when we can see your reporting as folks keep it here on WCNC Plus.
4, 5, and 6 tonight.
All right. Thank you so much for keeping an eye on this, and as always, for stopping by the Live Impact News studio. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll, of course, see you with any new updates, and folks keep it here on WCNC Plus. Of course, Live Impact News at 4 o'clock transitions to our normal evening newscast. And as you heard from Julie, we'll be having live reports on that and, of course, other news of the day. So on that note, we did want to mention that we are keeping an eye on any new details that will come from this CMPD chief settlement situation. We are expecting to hear in just a few moments from the reporter who actually broke the story. And this is a Charlotte Optimist article that we saw, where not only we had the first details of the separation agreement, if you will, that were released, but also Chief Jennings himself reflecting on the situation and also his time with CMPD, and at a certain point before the creation of CMPD with Charlotte Police, because he has been with the agency, if you will, throughout its various forms for decades at this point. So we wanted to bring in that reporter, Michael Graff, once again with the Charlotte Optimist. Michael, you were the person who broke this story and really answered some questions that a lot of folks were trying to get to the bottom of regarding the settlement, because so far, as we pointed out with the state auditor's investigation, the state auditor himself had noted that a lot of the details were just coming out, piecemeal on social media, and this was like the first confirmation that we had from an official that there was some money that was settled upon, and now we know a bit more, of course, about the arrangement. So Michael, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
If you will, because you had a chance to speak with the chief, break down, if you will, his explanation, because he explained to you why he decided to be forthcoming with this information, whereas, as we mentioned up to this point, we had basically been seeing city officials saying, no, this was a closed door session, we don't have to disclose this information. But the CMPD chief sounds like took some steps of his own to make sure that this information got out to the public.
Yeah, I mean, he was certainly concerned with how the story was playing out as it was coming. It was trickling out. Reports were coming out, piecemeal, like you said. It was, and some of it wasn't completely accurate because people were getting it from leaks and things like that. And so I think what he saw, in his words, were, he saw some public trust breaking down, and he thought that, his exact words were something like, releasing this is more important for the public than it is for me to keep it secret anymore. And there were, but I don't know that it was purely out of pure instincts. I mean, there was certainly a state auditor's investigation that was about to happen, as announced last week. So there was pressure on that end, and the public. One good thing about the way we have a setup of a system of government is that when the public really, really wants something, it does put pressure on public officials to release it. And I think Chief Jennings spent last week trying to figure out how he wanted to release it. Was it just a press release? Was it a press conference? Things like that. And Chief Jennings, is not, he's comfortable at press conferences, but sometimes I think he thinks that he's not able to tell his full story. And out of nowhere, I heard from them late Wednesday night, and I had told them, I said, if you would ever like to go on the record and have a longer conversation about it, I would like to do that. But I'm no pressure or anything like that from my end, because I know there were a bunch of other reporters who knew the story far better than I did. And I want to give credit to all of them, the folks at WCNC, the folks at WVTV, SOC, everybody all around town has done or at WFAE has done terrific work reporting on this story. But my venue is more that I can just sit down with people for a long period of time and have 2, 3 hour conversations to try to get the full picture. And what I like to do is try to see, what is it in a person's background that informs how they make decisions today, especially our leaders. And in this case, by talking to Chief Jennings about his entire life story, I could almost see how he found himself in this position today, to where he was not, he was brought up in a military family and played football, and there are certain kind of rules of engagement that he has followed his entire life, and those rules don't really apply to social media or to the 2 minute story on the news. And I think he just felt more comfortable sitting down and having a conversation about it rather than just than having a press conference about it.
I mean, I felt like your article was so thorough, to your point of being able to sit down and have a multi-hour conversation with the chief on this matter. There were a couple of really interesting, points that I saw that bubbled up. There was an analogy about, police chiefs in major cities essentially being on a chair basically with a bomb in it. I guess that was the analogy that was posed in your article. Could you elaborate on that analogy? And I mean, it painted a picture of police chiefs realizing that at a certain point they might run into public scrutiny, and then the analogy was that they had to get off the chair before the bomb went off, if you will.
Yeah, so he's part of an organization called the Major City Chiefs Association or organization or something like that. I don't have the exact term in front of me, but he's a part of this organization that only includes chiefs from other big cities throughout the country. And I think he has found them to be, he said, he's found them to be some of the most helpful people he can talk to, because as he put it to me, and I don't think this quote made it in the story, but he said, the only person who knows what it's like to be a chief is another chief. And I think I understand what he meant by that. I have a very close friend of mine, one of my closest friends in the world, was an exemplary officer in the Navy. And he climbed up through the ranks to captain, and his next phase was to become an admiral. And what he saw in that process was going to be a lot of politics. He was going to have to go to DC a lot. He was going to have to deal with that a lot. So what my friend decided to do was retire. Well, Chief Jennings decided to go ahead and step into that arena. And I think that's where the camaraderie comes in with the other chiefs. They understand, whether it's in Dallas, or in Nashville or in Charlotte, they're all dealing with pressure from their officers. They all have thousands of officers underneath them who look to him look to them to lead their organizations. But they're also dealing with the politics of city council folks, and they have to, in order to get funding, in order to get, or in order to have programs approved and things like that, they have to play the political game and get people on their side and build consensus around among city councilors and the mayor and the city manager and things like that. So I think that's what that sort of small fraternity of people is for him. It's somebody he can go to say, how did you build enough support for this initiative in your local government? And but that analogy did come up, and that's from a very close friend of his within the organization. He didn't name names, but he said, it feels like we're all sitting in a chair with a bomb on it, and we just hope to get up before it goes off. And, that he's going to get up now.
Yeah, and I guess if we could talk a bit more about that, the other item that I saw, that your article pointed out was the fact that it seemingly the chief had been thinking for a while about retiring, and because of various events that kind of were, I don't want to say out of his control, but that weren't really directly related to him, he decided that he was going to stay, and he ended up staying throughout, a good period of time, and now has come up to the situation where we understand the settlement and the fact that he'll be stepping down, and obviously the timing with all that we know with the state auditor's investigation, et cetera. It appears as though, the timing is because of all of the public scrutiny. But it sounded like the chief was thinking about stepping down for a while at this point.
Yeah, he had. I mean, there were conversations about his retirement much earlier this year. I know that a lot of city councilors and the county city manager had talked to him about it. Chiefs don't last long anymore. He told me that the average tenure of a chief in that major city chiefs association was 2.5 years. It used to be 8 years. So he is now one of the senior members, one of the senior police chiefs in this country, and he's only been here 5 years. But he could have retired actually in 2020 before he even took the job. He had enough service to get his 30 years and to get his pension. He actually had a job offer in Greenville, South Carolina, to become the police chief there. And I don't know how widely that was known locally. The paper there did report it because he was one of the finalists and it was public. But so he had that job offer. He decided to stay here, he said, because he wanted to basically finish his career on the team he started with. Just kind of a goal, I guess, of a lot of people who move up in the ranks of the police department. He also wanted to retire. He also was set to, and I don't even want to say wanted, he was planning to retire last year in 2024. And then the terrible events of April 29th, 2024 happened when 4 officers were killed on Galway Drive in East Charlotte. And he decided then, I can't leave this police force now. I have to see this department through it. And so he decided he was going to stay on another year. So yes, I mean, I do think in the back of his mind, there's a part of the chief that is, he's very concerned about he's very thoughtful about his legacy. Concern might be a different word, but he's very thoughtful about his legacy. He thinks about it a lot. I think I could see that in the way he talked about his former college football coaches, actually. He really admired the people who coached him in college, and he thought about their legacy. And so he just sort of sees the world that way, for better or worse. And so I think he also thinks that he's also a fixer, and he thinks that he should stay on to see people through things. And he kept saying in the interview, one thing I've learned is there's actually no good time to retire. There's no good time to say goodbye. And I think one of the things that was very human to me, because I feel like we've all felt that, whether it's you at the station or me in my career at Axios before this or anywhere else. Like, we've all kind of felt that feeling before, like when you leave a place that you like because you have a better opportunity, you want to stay and make sure that the place you're leaving is taken care of. And so sometimes we stay too long. We don't take 2 weeks, we take 8 weeks or something like that. Well, he's done more than that. He's taken an extra 2 years essentially. And it created, not to analyze him too much, but it did create a conflict in his brain where he was saying, I have given up a lot. He can make more money in the private sector. Think about what managers make. He leads a 2,000 person department. So in the private sector, a manager of a 2,000 person department probably makes more than his $280,000 a year salary. And so I think he was thinking, I've given up a lot for this police force. And there's a part of him that just kind of felt burned about how the past year has played out.
I mean, speaking of that feeling, I guess, of being burned, the way you put it, being burned, did he reflect at all on, whatever it was, the ultimate words, actions, decisions that led him into this settlement? Because I know we talk a lot about the text messages between him and former Councilman Tark Bakari, and I saw in the article the fact that he said it wasn't about the text messages. He said it was about something different. So what did he tell you?
Yeah, he said it was about defending the future police chiefs and future department heads. Charlotte is very clear in how it's set up in system of government. Their city manager reports to city council, so do 2 other positions. But city council is effectively the city manager's boss, and that's Marcus Jones in this case. All the other department heads report to Marcus Jones, the city manager. And so he's a very rules of order type of person, and I think he and I know he felt like he was in a position to where he wanted to take an action, whether it had, it's very debatable whether it had much basis in the lawsuit would have had much basis in court at all. I've gotten several emails to say that he would have had no leg to stand on in court. But what he felt was that he was sort of being attacked by a former city council member who was currently a city council member when all this happened. And his direct quote was, "I was in a position to say, we can't keep doing this. We can't. I had to look at the next chief, other city leaders. And it's unfortunate that we're even talking about this right now," he said. But I want to make sure that when you hire a leader to run a certain department within our city, then you have to let them run the department. And so, that is really what it came down to. And there's room for disagreement on whether that was enough, that should have been enough for him to threaten legal action against the city. Ultimately, the courts would have had to play that out. And instead, the city signed an agreement with him, or a settlement with him, in which the city admitted no fault of its council member or of anybody on the staff. And Chief Jennings got his severance package, essentially, in various forms, this $305,000 settlement.
Now, I mean, we've reported here on Live Impact News and on TV on WCNC Charlotte the fact that FOP actually just started today. It's no confidence voting, so that's happening in person at their lodge and also online. And we've pointed out the fact that this is a largely symbolic vote. But I mean, did he comment anything on that? Whether he felt like he could be losing the confidence of the men and women he leads? Did he reflect on that at all with you?
Not publicly, he wouldn't have. I mean, we talked about it for a long time, but no, he never said, I've lost the confidence of people in the rank and file or anything like that. I think the way he explained it, he said there are a lot of officers who actually, the controversy comes down to vests, outer carrier vests, and he says there are a lot of officers who don't want them, and you just don't hear from them. And so that's his perspective on it, and that's what he presented to me. He never named, he never said a bad word about the FOP. He never spoke former city councilman Tariq Bakari's name. He never mentioned his name. He only called him a former councilman or something like that in my interview. So no, he didn't take any shots at anybody else in the interview directly, I would say. And I think
brought up the fact that
I was just going to say, he knows that his officers are part of that FOP, and so, he would never, I don't think, knowing Johnny Jennings now like I do, there's nothing there. He would never take a public shot at them, I don't think.
Now, you brought up before the fact that he appears to be, as you put it, thoughtful about his legacy. What did he tell you as far as what he thinks or maybe hopes that his legacy will be here for the city of Charlotte over, I guess, his time as leading of the police department in the last few years?
Yeah, he focuses a lot on this customer service initiative that he installed in 2021, or that the department installed in 2021, where you try to be the best part of somebody's worst day, is how he put it. He focused a lot on trying to rebuild the relationships with the community following the 2020 protests surrounding the death of George Floyd. Clearly, in 2020, throughout the country, police departments around the country needed to rebuild their relationships with their community. And he initiated this customer service initiative, and he wanted to have a fleet of officers who were, quote, day makers, this is how he put it. And he wants to be remembered as the as the police chief who made his police force the nicest police force in the country. And that's what he wants. And I can assure you that in a 2,000 person department, there are probably a lot of officers who who wouldn't want that to be their legacy, who would want it to be something like tough on crime or something like that. But you know, the point of my story was just to let him talk, and that is what he wanted. And there's room for disagreement from politicians, from the FOP, from everybody about whether that's the appropriate legacy to strive for. But that was the legacy that Chief Jennings strove for.
Now, we've talked a lot about, things that were actually said in the interview, but I'm kind of curious, as someone who sat down in a room with him, to talk about this big announcement, this big development, and, the end of this chapter for Chief Jennings. What was his mood like? What was his tone like? Did you sense that there was a bit of sadness that it was coming to an end in this form and fashion, or how did he strike you as far as his demeanor?
He seemed like he was somebody who just wanted to talk about it. In the beginning, I think he was nervous, and it was kind of a. And I told him, I said, I just want this to be a conversation. Of course, CMPD was recording it, so it was, we had microphones in front of us, so it was kind of weird. But eventually we were able to break down. We talked about our kids and things like that. I have 2 sons; he's got 3. We were able to sort of reach a place where he started to feel comfortable, and he started to say things that maybe he didn't think he was going to say in the interview. And by the end, at the end of the interview, I think he was he came into the interview tense, but by the end of the interview, he seemed he seemed a lot lighter. And I think he's in a very tense situation now where he served for 33 years, and he's got a lot of people in the public in this city who were infuriated that he got a settlement package of $300 and some thousand. And I think he felt like, once they see the details of the settlement package, and whether this is true or not, he believed that once people saw the details of the severance package, that they would be less, they would feel better about what the package was, and that he would be happier that it's out there. And I think he just felt, I don't know, he felt like somebody who had bottled something up for a long time and didn't know how to say it, and he knew he didn't. I've mentioned in the story he's kind of ill-equipped for the modern media world, which is he's not on social media very much. He's not ready to throw punches, on Twitter or Facebook in the comments or anything like that. And so he felt like he hadn't been able to talk about it publicly. And so he felt, he seemed to feel a lot better afterward. And whether it's going to help with his legacy, whether it is going to help with how the public feels about his settlement or not. And I believe this to be true for, you, me, and everybody. When you go through something, you feel better when you talk about it. And I think he felt better after he talked about it. Yeah. We know things can kind of fester in the darkness and in the quiet. So, it's really an enlightening article that, what you've put together for folks, not just looking at the specific instance, this moment in time of this chapter closing, as we mentioned, for the chief of police, but also looking back at his life. And you alluded to this before, the fact that he was an Army brat and he played football, and so that does seemingly play a lot of role in how he operates his life, to this day. So I just encourage folks, if you want a nice read where you feel like you learn a lot, check out Michael's story in the Charlotte Optimist. Michael Graff, thank you so much for taking the time. Is there anything you would like to leave our Live Impact News viewers with before we say goodbye? No, I'm just grateful for the time that you spent with me. It's for those of us who aren't, don't talk in sound bites and things like that, it's really nice to have a place to work through thoughts while we talk. And so thank you for taking the time. Well, we're so glad to have you. And once again, really great reporting. You broke the news that lots of folks were trying to get here in this market, in this city. So, Michael, thanks so much. Sorry to interrupt, but I felt terrible about that. I didn't want to ruin people's Sunday night on Memorial Day, but I was like, that's when I publish. I don't know. But thanks. I hope I didn't ruin too many nights of news people in town.
Oh, no, you did fantastic. And as you know, the news doesn't, it can happen whenever, right? So we just have to report it when it comes. And as we all know, it happened on a holiday weekend, but really shining a light on a topic that lots of folks wanted to know about. So Michael, thank you so much. Come back and visit anytime.
Happy to. Thank you.
All right, and folks here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, we pointed this out before earlier on our stream. Our Julie Kay is picking up the story for our evening newscasts. We'll see her first reporting coming up at 4 o'clock, but of course 5 and 6 o'clock. And she did mention the fact that we are getting some new information too, new statement from the state auditor's office, which we talked about at length. The state auditor had been looking into, I guess, whispers, rumors, social media commentary about this alleged settlement, which now we know is confirmed, a $305,000 settlement, reading more like a separation agreement for CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings, who will now step down at the end of the year. We'll continue to follow for you here on Live Impact News. Meantime, we wanted to turn to a somber milestone for so many folks today. So 5 years ago on Memorial Day was the death of George Floyd, of course, sparking a lot of dialogue, protests, pushes for change, calls for policy changes, and folks are revisiting those feelings, those thoughts that, so many had voiced in the wake of Floyd's death. We saw over the weekend people going out and taking part in demonstrations. And we heard many of these folks talking about how they feel like some things have changed for the better since Memorial Day of 2020. And others say some things have not. And some are also pointing to the fact that we're seeing under the current presidential administration some rollbacks of DE&I and some of the measures that people felt like they thought was making a difference. So we actually got an opportunity to speak with Selwyn Jones on this topic of George Floyd. And we had this interview for you here on Live Impact News just a few days ago. But of course, very timely to revisit it here on Memorial Day, as of course we mentioned Memorial Day 5 years ago was the day that the community lost George Floyd. So Selwyn Jones is George Floyd's uncle and has also co-founded what's called Justice 929 organization. This is a charity that is focused on civil rights and creating change in honor of George Floyd. So let's listen in now to our Nick Sturdivant interviewing with Selwyn Jones.
You're in Minneapolis right now.
Yep.
Past 5 years, how have you been able to process this death and everything that has come along with that?
You saw the video. When you first saw that video, you realized that this dude is not going to live through this one. And that made me process everything that we as Black men, we as fathers, we as protectors have to go through, especially in our world. So what I've done is I've taken all of that anger and all of that fuel and all of those bad words or bad names or bad scenarios or situations that's happened in the last 55 years. And that made me move on and be a productive advocate and a productive activist. Because I'm going to miss my buddy every day. But what can we gain from having that opportunity for 7.5 billion people to call my nephew's name? So that meant a lot. That meant you were protesting. Everybody in the world that had a heart protested for George Floyd. So, and for those 5 days, unity came together. And the people got Derek Chauvin convicted. Because let's be real, man. Do you think he would have did that in front of the world and everybody if he thought he had to pay for that? Absolutely not. So it was the power of the people that basically brought that to the head immediately. So God bless people God bless people seeing that there is police brutality, there is gun violence, there is wrongful convictions, there are domestic violence, there's kidnappings. You know, there's problems with mental health crises and issues in this world. So, my man, Nick, the only thing I did is I woke up one day and I went from being a old daddy. I've got a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old to being an uncle to everybody. That's all I did, man. Because I sat there and for the first minute and a half, I didn't even know that was my nephew. And keep in mind, we just got through watching on Maud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. So us as black people, we're still madder than hell. And I sat there, man, and I'm madder in Hades. And my sister calls me and tells me who that was. And that guy that I was feeling all the empathy for, feeling sorrow for, that's one of mine. So I've been driven, man. I've been driven. How many George Floyds had there been? That wasn't my nephew, Nick. How long have you been in the media business?
I've been in
media for 13 years. How many people have you seen that were George Floyds? And you heard about them for a day. They might have been a Facebook post, or they might have put an article in the paper saying, young man, 27, you know, blah, blah, died. But did they say how he died? Did they say why he died? No. So those are the people that I want to lift up. Those are the names and voices that I want people to continuously hear. We got a form of justice. They've never even had a mention. They never had an honorable mention. Ronald Green out of Louisiana, you know? Breonna Davis out of Florida. Nobody never heard of these guys. Nobody never heard of Vicki Willis's, you know? Nobody never heard of these people. I have. And as long as I have a voice, I'm going to keep their names elevated because they need justice too. And justice anywhere is injustice everywhere.
Off that, I do want to ask you your thoughts surrounding the Justice Department moving to cancel police reform settlement in Louisville and Minneapolis this week. Because you're on the front lines of police reform. And so this comes out. Give me some of your reaction. How are you feeling?
Nick, is it anything we haven't seen before? Is there anything that was said this week that we haven't heard before? We've been passed over many a times. And it gets me that people that are supposed to make the right decisions for people make the right decisions for them. And that's a problem, you know, with all of us, man. When you're going to tell me that you're going to start reviewing the files of possibly 2 of the worst 5 police departments that the DOJ has nominated and said and put a tag on, and you're going to say that you're going to stop investigating? Come on, man. Somebody's dropping the ball again, once again, because either they don't care or they have to spend too much effort and time and money in it. When it costs money, then people make a decision on what they're willing to do. So, yeah.
Does this drive you more with your work with Justice 929?
Gotta go. Nick, I have gotten so obsessed with wanting to create change and help people. Mental health crises, domestic violence. You know, I was down in Rapid City, South Dakota with Gabby Patino's parents, you know, and some of these things you never think about, Nick. Have you ever beat a woman? No. I could never ever imagine of doing I got 12 sisters. I've never can imagine not having that mental control not to hurt a woman or a child. And there's a lot of people in this world that are mentally unstable. So, they went from having mental health facilities to building more prisons. And that's not the way to fix a problem. You think fixing a problem is throwing somebody in a cage with another person that has been traumatized emotionally, physically? Do you think that's going to help anybody? So, new prison reforms, new educational programs in prisons. Because literally, man, when you sit at a table with 18 people that's been incarcerated for over 400 years and they did nothing wrong but be black, that breaks your heart. And then to hear that they're canceling all of these programs to help police departments, yeah, it's a little disheartening because prison only affects one race. It affects all races, but it's devastated ours.
Can you where's your head now? How are you feeling now? Where's the spirit? As we approach this anniversary, you're in Minneapolis. What are you feeling right now?
I just left Boston yesterday. I'm feeling that I'm going to have an opportunity to meet some people this weekend that can potentially help me with my fight, because it's all about the fight. I could care less about going to a concert. I could care less about going to a gala. You look in an impacted family member's eyes that had her son murdered on the front lawn of her house in the good neighborhoods. And then you'll see and you'll feel what I feel. I feel that if there's anything that I could potentially do or say or provide to somebody to prevent these things from happening, that's what I want to do. So, like I said, Nick, all I did was wake up one day, man. All I did was wake up one day, and all I wanted to be was a daddy to a 4-year-older and a 6-year-older. And I had to take time out from them to go and have other impacted family members' backs. Well, I'm killing two birds with one stone. I don't want your baby, your grandbaby to go through any of the crap that we have to go through. Walk in the store and people look at you, But if you walk in the store with a nice suit on, oh, he's one of them, you know. When did we start going from cute to dangerous? Back when we were kids, and I'm sure I'm a considerable amount older than you. Back when we were kids, what was it? 17, 18? Now what is it? 12 or 13? That people when you go from cute to dangerous. Think about that. 12 or 13 years old, we have people that are put into horrific situations because you wore a hood on your head. I heard of a kid got arrested for walking on grass. Those are the things that we fight for, man. Those are the things that we fight for. And Nick, there's a whole bucket full. There's a whole bucket full of things that we can do, that we can fight for. And the whole key is you cannot ever give up. Can't ever stop this fight, man. Are you ever not going to be black? Are you ever not going to be proud? Absolutely not. So we have to continue this pursuit for change. Because if there's no change, there's no hope. If there's no hope, there's no change. And let's be real, Nick. Before George Floyd's death, did we see any major change in our community? I often ask myself, what were you thinking And guess what, man? I was thinking about how we can do this as a collective to make this a better place. For not only for people that look like us, for all people, because we all come here, Nick, for what, 75, 80 years, if best?
Start dating that.
Yeah. Why can't we?
Vanessa Rufus here in the Live Impact News studio. We are going to turn from our one-on-one with the uncle of George Floyd, Selwyn Jones, speaking on changes he hopes to see in society following his nephew's death, to this breaking news that we're seeing out of the southwest Charlotte area. We are seeing reports from medics, some confirmation, in fact, that one person has been transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries following what was reported as a gunshot wound call. And this is happening along West Park Drive. So potentially a residential area of that West Park Drive stretch. But we did want to point out it's pretty close to several other retail places, including a very popular one, which we know is the Costco off of Tyvola Road. So there you can see, look at the map where, once again, this is on West Park Drive. That's going to be just to the west of the Costco wholesale. That's off of Tyvola in 77. We've got a crew on the way. We've got a photographer heading that way. So as we await more information from not only police and medic, but also our crew, we will get you those updates here on WCNC Plus. If not within the Live Impact News timeframe, we'll have it for you on our evening newscasts, which are just moments away. So once again, if you're just joining us on Live Impact News, following reports of shooting that happened on West Park Drive, just off of Tyvola in 77, where we are hearing somebody has gone to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. That information according to medic. With that, we want to get you another breaking update that we just got. This is out of Liverpool, England. We brought you this earlier feed here. We're dipping back in after we've gotten reports here that an arrest has formally been made after a car struck some pedestrians during Liverpool's Premier League trophy parade today. You can see folks are still out there with various emergency authorities and first responders. Looks like they have not only police, but also maybe potentially medical services out there as well. So just a quick recap. This was Liverpool. There was a big parade set to celebrate the Premier League win, and a car, we're told, collided with some pedestrians in this area. We don't know how many people were injured here, but sounded like there were potentially some injuries, and a 53-year-old British man from the Liverpool area, now we're just learning, has been arrested. We are seeing, of course, an investigation playing out. So more to come on this for sure. The very latest, though, that we have is just that this person apparently, after the collision happened, stopped at the scene. They were able to detain him, and now we're seeing reports that the person has officially been arrested. More on that to come, of course, but we wanted to turn to the events of the day. Of course, Memorial Day, a day to honor the ultimate sacrifice that our service members have made for our freedoms and our liberties. So we wanted to turn now to live feed that just came in here to the Live Impact News studio, honoring Memorial Day. This is the 2025 National Memorial Day Parade happening in our nation's capital, and we were seeing, obviously, the typical marching that you would expect with a parade, but now looks like we've got some remarks that are being shared amid those events. Let's listen in live here. Oh, there you see. The parade is back.
And known as the Pride of Pennsylvania, no stranger to Washington, D.C., the band has appeared in the National Independence Day Parade, the National Cherry Blossom Festival, and this is their 7th appearance in our parade. makes a BQ happy?
What's that?
Mission Barbecue. It is Mission BBQ, known for its American BBQ and its mission to serve those who serve. Each location supports the Global War on Terrorism Memorial Foundation, as well as other military, veteran, and first responder organizations in our community. Now, every day at noon, the entire restaurant halts to honor our country with the singing of the national anthem. Visit mission.bbq.com for more information. Of course, I'd probably have the barbecue sauce down my sleeves. I'd still sing. This Memorial Day, John Deere employees remember and pay respect to our nation's heroes, those who sacrificed their lives to protect our freedoms. Our heartfelt gratitude to these brave men and women and their families. This is expressed by 30,000 John Deere employees in nearly 60 facilities across 16 states. They say we are forever in your debt.
The National Memorial Day Parade 2025, presented by Boeing, is brought to you by American Airlines, official airline of the National Memorial Day Parade. Events DC, the State of Kuwait, Wounded Paw Project, and by the State of Qatar. Our salute to those serving us today is sponsored by Leidos.
Coming on along Constitution Avenue is this 30 by 50 foot Wounded Warrior Project flag being carried today by Wounded Warrior Project. They are the nation's leading veteran service organization focusing on the total well-being of post 9/11 wounded, ill, or injured veterans.
Their expertise in providing services and programs that empower our nation's heroes. Their comprehensive approach and their broad community relationships allow them to do what no other organization can.
Carrying their flag are just a few of the 250,000 warriors and their family members that it serves nationwide, in honor of all who sacrificed in Afghanistan, Iraq, and operations post-September 11th. And here comes the Massachusetts Maritime Academy Band, Honor Guard, and Drill Team. The Massachusetts Maritime Academy is a university specializing in the maritime industry.
Outstanding state-of-the-art labs and simulators create immersive teaching experiences that replicate real-life scenarios within practice environments. Shipboard training takes place on their training ship, the Patriot State. Ah, let's take a listen. Aren't they great?
Yeah. The next parade float honors the millions who have served on active duty post 9/11, the 1.3 million serving today, and the more than 7,000 lost in combat operations around the world for the last 25 years.
Joining our active duty uniformed service members from the United States Armed Forces, representing all who serve with honor. On behalf of a grateful America, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the men and women who are stepping up to serve around the world today.
God bless them all.
Let's welcome Pulling for Veterans, who are
All right, so thanks so much for spending some time with us here on Live Impact News this evening as we see this National Memorial Day Parade continuing in our nation's capital. We wanted to remind you that in just a few moments we'll be turning you over to our news at 4 as you keep it here on WCNC Plus. Of course, watching a few big headlines, including the new details on the separation agreement with CMPT Chief Johnny Jennings in the city, as well as that breaking news we mentioned, the gunshot wound where someone is fighting for their life now in Southwest Charlotte. We'll have the very latest for you now.